Parties in council are present. The jurors have returned. Next witness for the people.
Robinson.
You'll raise your solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated. Based upon the COVID glass panels, I'm going to ask you to speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone. And if you could tell us your first and last name and spell your last, please.
Yeah, my first name is Damon Robinson, and you spell my last name Robinson.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Robinson.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
I'm Damon Robinson. I'm a medical physician. I work as an anesthesiologist, and I subspecialize in pain management.
I'd like to start a little bit about how you got to the path of being an anesthesiologist.
Well, in undergrad, I was a chemistry major, and I had an interest in going into becoming a physician. But I didn't have any medical experience. So when I was a junior in college, I volunteered as an emergency medical technician for Hampton Fire and Rescue. And it was my first time really getting a hands-on experience with medicine. And then I proceeded to apply to medical school. And there's a natural connection between anesthesia and chemistry that interested myself.
So we've heard some information in trial already about EMTs and paramedics, but when you were working in college, what was your duties as an EMT?
As an EMT, we were normally first on scene, normally to automobile accidents in Hampton. We had a highway that was near the university and in the city, but we were first responders to accidents and sometimes to people who were having heart conditions and other adverse accidents.
And how long did you work as an EMT?
It was for 3 years.
And after you graduated from college and after being an EMT, what happened next in your life?
So after I graduated from college, I applied to, the first year out of college, I actually worked as an organic chemist at Merck. I was accepted to the Medical School of George Washington in Washington, D.C., where I studied for 4 years.
And then after medical school, how did you further your education?
In medical school, we normally start trying to get a sense for what field we'd like to specialize in. And I kind of had inclinations or had some mentors that identified that probably anesthesia would be a good field for myself. And I applied for anesthesia residency. But before that, I actually did an internship. So my internship was in psychiatry. And then I did an internship in internal medicine before anesthesia.
What was it like to have an internship in psychiatry?
The psychiatric internship was left me with a really good experience for dealing with inpatient psychiatry. So at that particular time, we were working for the Veterans Administration, and we would have patients who would come in through the emergency room who were a threat to themselves or to others, and we would try to admit them to the hospital.
And did you say that that was a 1-year internship?
For myself, it was 2 years, but the psychiatry component was 1 year, and then the internal medicine was another year.
And when you worked with the patients that were dangerous to themselves or others, was that on a daily basis?
It was on a frequent basis. Normally, when we were on call, we would stay in the hospital 24 hours every 3 or 4 days, but it was on a pretty continual basis. Sometimes we'd have clinic. Sometimes we had other services that we had to run as an intern.
And as part of clinic, what kind of patients would you see?
Normally, we'd have psychiatric patients that we would see and try to assist. Some were depressed, some were dealing with schizophrenia. We were also in internal medicine dealing with primary care aspects of medicine. So we'd see patients for wellness checks.
After that internship, how did you further continue your medical education?
So after I completed my internship at University of Maryland in Shepherd Pratt, I went to Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston, where I did anesthesia residency for 3 years.
And can you give the jury a little bit of an understanding of what that residency entailed?
So normally with anesthesia, you're going to do some rotations, but as a resident, we're in-house. We're normally doing general anesthesia, but we're seeing all aspects of anesthesia. So we're seeing more of an ambulatory surgical center type of anesthesia or office-based type anesthesia. You're also going to do work in the ICU. We'll also do cardiac anesthesia. So you get a broad perspective as to what anesthesiologists do, as well as obstetrics and gynecology and pain management.
Now, you use the term ambulatory. What does that mean?
So ambulatory is going to be defined as out of hospital office space. So normally people are coming in for a procedure, and with the term ambulatory, we mean walk. And so they're able to go home the same day. So these are same day surgeries or procedures.
And as part of your residency and anesthesia, were you the one actually performing the procedures, or were you watching, or how does that work?
So initially, when you start off with as a resident, you don't have a lot of experience with anesthesia, though you have a lot of book knowledge. You're trying to do more of an applied science. So originally, you kind of have some loose supervision, and then eventually, the attending anesthesiologist kind of lets you do your cases on your own, depending on what your needs are or the complexity of the case.
You also mentioned that you had a residency in internal medicine. Can you discuss that?
I had an internship in internal medicine, and that's one of the prerequisites to do anesthesia. So normally with internal medicine, you're dealing with more of a hospital-based level of care. And so you'll deal with patients who have chronic, it's like CHF or very sick patients. You'll work in the ICU. People who are being admitted for diabetic ketoacidosis. And then you'll do some rotations in other aspects of internal medicine.
Then did you go on to fellowships for your medical education?
I did. So as I was doing my anesthesia residency, I started to have an interest in pain management. And so as an anesthesiologist, we're kind of responsible for risk stratification in the operative setting. So we kind of determine who's going to be at high risk, low risk for anesthesia. What gets overlooked normally because patients are going to sleep is that we're actually responsible for making sure that patients are safe during anesthesia, but also that they're not having any pain.
Hey, Dr. Robertson, you are talking really fast. I don't want to have the court reporter stressed out. So if you could just slow down just a little bit.
Sure, sorry.
That's all right.
So as in regards to anesthesia, there's a pain component. So when people are in the operating room, sometimes they'll have discomfort or pain, or they'll have pain post-operatively. And so normally pain management is an extension of that. So patients may have chronic pain, they may have chronic back pain, or they may have chronic knee pain. And so some of the procedures that we can offer in anesthesia, like epidurals, to help people with surgery, we apply to chronic pain, and we can do epidural steroid injection.
And did you do that during your fellowship?
Yeah, I was fortunate to be able to stay at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center and do my 1-year fellowship after residency.
As part of your affiliation with Harvard Medical School, did you teach at that time?
I did not. We did have medical students rotating with us during, as well as residents when I was a pain fellow, but I stayed actually at Beth Israel and came on staff as an instructor. And Beth Israel is affiliated with Harvard Medical School. So I was an instructor at Harvard Medical School, and I was an attending. So I had medical students, I had residents who I would supervise. And at that particular time, I was doing anesthesia after my fellowship.
After working at the medical center, how did your career progress?
So after Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, I moved back home to Washington, D.C., and I was working for a large interventional pain practice.
And what does that mean?
So there's a private practice, it's called National Spine and Pain Center, and I was providing pain services for that practice.
And what is the difference between providing pain services and anesthesia?
So with pain management, normally you're going to be doing a lot of interventional injections to help patients alleviate discomfort. With anesthesia, we're typically doing sedation and helping people to go to sleep and prepare for surgery.
Are you board certified in any areas?
Yes, I'm board certified in anesthesia as well as pain management.
And for how long have you been board certified?
Board certified, guess I was board certified in 2008. It's my first board certification. I can't recall the pain management component. So I believe it was 2008. So I think it's been 15 or 14 years.
And are you licensed in any states to practice medicine?
I am. So I am licensed in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Virginia.
And do you mostly practice in one state or do you practice in all four?
As of right now, most of my clinical work is in Maryland, but with my current position, we actually will shift to Virginia as well as District of Columbia every now and again.
You mentioned your clinical work. Have you done any type of expert consulting?
I haven't done a lot of expert consulting, no.
Is most of your experience dealing with working with patients and anesthesia?
As of right now, yes, it is.
What professional organizations do you participate in or belong to?
So I participate in the National Medical Association, I also participate in the American Society of Anesthesia. I also partake in the American Society of Interventional Pain Management. And there's also a local chapter of the National Medical Association, which is called Medical Chirurgical Society, or MedChi.
If you had to give the jury an estimate or an idea of how many patients you have talked to about either an anesthesia procedure or sedation of any kind, could you give them a number?
It will be difficult. I've been doing anesthesia for a while. I would say it's definitely over 5,000, maybe between 5,000 and 10,000.
And what about procedures in which you have either administered anesthesia or administered some sort of sedation, either in the hospital or in an out-of-hospital situation?
I think it would be similar. It would be definitely over 5,000, somewhere in the range between 5,000 and 10,000.
Are you familiar with the sedative ketamine?
Yeah, yes, I am.
And do you work with it as an anesthesiologist?
I do.
Do you also work with it as a pain management physician?
I do.
Now, you've indicated already that you have worked both in hospitals and out of hospital settings. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes. Initially, with our training, a lot of our training is in the hospital, especially at an academic facility. And in my current position, I'm doing anesthesia in a non-hospital environment.
You've mentioned that you have experience working with agitated patients or patients who may have psychological problems. Have you ever had to work with this type of population when it comes to giving anesthesia or sedation?
Yes, on occasion, we'll have patients who are challenged with having some psychological issues that will require anesthesia. And there's a lot of experience with that, especially in the hospital.
Do you have knowledge of the term excited delirium?
I do.
Can you briefly explain to the jury how you know about that term?
So I know excited delirium through the American College of Emergency Physicians, and it's a term that has been used to describe a syndrome.
Your Honor, at this point, the people would like to tender Dr. Robinson in the areas of anesthesiology, excited delirium, hypoxia, acidosis, aspiration, ketamine, and cause of death.
Order.
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Dr. Robinson, you are board certified in anesthesia, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are also board certified in pain management, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You are not certified in emergency medicine, is that right?
No, sir.
And you are not certified in emergency medical services, is that correct?
I wouldn't say that I'm not certified in emergency medicine services.
So emergency medical services is a separate board certification from emergency medicine, is that correct?
I'm not certain of the certification
Okay.
for it, but I'm not an emergency medicine physician. I don't have board certification in that.
All right. You have never worked as a paramedic, is that true?
I've worked as an emergency medical technician.
So you have never worked as a paramedic, is that true?
Oh, that's true.
Okay. When did you work as an EMT?
I worked in EMT in college.
And when was that?
That was 1994.
So that was almost 30 years ago then?
That's correct.
And haven't since then?
Sorry?
And have not since then worked as an EMT?
No, sir.
You are not a pathologist, correct?
No, sir.
Not board certified as a pathologist, correct?
No, I'm not.
You don't do autopsies, right?
No.
In your practice, you don't determine causes of death, do you?
In regards to an autopsy,
Correct.
I don't do autopsies and determine on death certificates the cause of death. No.
You work in either a hospital setting or in an outpatient clinic. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I work in an ambulatory surgical center. I do office-based procedures in a hospital environment.
And you've never been convinced that excited delirium is a real thing, have you? They moved to qualify him as an expert in the field of excited delirium, Your Honor. I'm going into that.
Well, I don't think his opinions of that particular term are appropriate for the voir dire.
Okay. Dr. Robinson, I wanted to explore your understanding of excited delirium, okay?
Mhm.
All right. That's something you've characterized as a term that was put forward by the American College of Emergency Medicine. Is that right?
Emergency physicians.
Okay.
American College of Emergency Physicians.
Okay. And you've described that as a constitution of ill-defined symptoms. Is that right?
Yeah, apparently you didn't hear my sustaining of the last objection, so move on.
Okay. Dr. Robinson, do you ever go out on an ambulance? This is for areas that he was tendered as an expert, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Do you ever go out on an ambulance?
I have been, yes.
Okay. When?
When I was working as an emergency medical technician.
Okay, so about 30 years ago.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Okay. Since then, you don't go out on an ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't go along with paramedics and observe what they do, is that correct?
Not currently.
You're not the medical director at any hospital, are you?
No, I was the medical director at Holy Cross Hospital for pain management, but I'm not currently.
And in that job, you did not supervise or write protocols for paramedics, correct?
No, I did not.
In your residency or in your fellowship, were you ever trained in the area of excited delirium?
In my Residency and, well, during my internship, we were trained for excited delirium, yes.
And when was that?
At University of Maryland, Shepherd Pratt.
And when was that?
Oh, the year, 2003.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to Dr. Robinson being qualified in the area of anesthesia and the area of pain management. I'd object to him being qualified in another area that he's been put forth in.
All right, well, I don't write nearly as fast as the court reporter does, so can you give me those areas again slowly?
Anesthesiology, excited delirium, the medical conditions of hypoxia, acidosis, and aspiration, ketamine, and cause of death.
It's,
Is that too fast?
yes.
I'm sorry.
I told you I don't write as fast as my court reporter.
I was listening. Anesthesiology,
Yeah, I got
excited delirium,
hypoxia and then what?
acidosis, aspiration, ketamine, cause of death.
All right, why don't we do the, if counsel for Mr. Cichuniec wishes to do more dire at this time, well, perhaps I can do them at the same time.
Just briefly. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
When you were an EMT, that was on a volunteer basis, correct?
Yes, sir. It's with the, yeah, it was a volunteer basis.
And did you work for an ambulance service in that capacity?
We had an ambulance with the fire department.
Okay, so the fire department had the ambulance and you worked on the
Yes, sir.
okay. And being part of the ambulance, were you also a firefighter?
No, sir.
You described these, your experience as treating patients out of hospital, right? And when you say out of hospital, you mean in an office separate from the hospital, right?
In a office or office-based procedure, as well as an ambulatory surgical center.
Okay, and would it be fair to characterize an ambulatory surgical center as an outpatient surgery center?
Oh, yes.
And my colleague asked you about several areas of medicine that you are not board certified in. You are not board certified in pre-hospital care either, are you?
Can you define pre-hospital care?
It's a separate board certification area of practice.
Under what specialty?
Probably emergency medical services.
Okay, if it's under emergency medicine, I am not. No.
Okay. And you also testified that you, and pardon me, I may have been distracted when you answered this question, that you treat agitated patients out of hospital. In what circumstances do you treat agitated patients out of hospital?
Well, I don't treat. I have treated agitated patients out of hospital. We've had those patients come into our clinic when I was doing psychiatry. So,
And how long ago was that?
that was in 2000. I believe it was 2004. That year.
And when you treated those patients, that was in a clinical setting.
Yes, out of the hospital. Mm-hmm.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, based upon the record and the objections, I suppose, the court will allow this witness to explain and opine in the areas of anesthesiology, excited delirium, hypoxia, acidosis, aspiration, and ketamine.
Your Honor, may I lay further foundation for cause of death?
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, is part of your experience as a medical director at Holy Cross, have you had to review or examine other doctors' reports concerning why patients may have passed or died?
Not at Holy Cross Hospital, I didn't, no.
How about in other areas? In other positions, I'm sorry.
In other positions we've had, yes. So normally during my internship in internal medicine, we did have to fill out death certificates.
And was that a big part of your internship in internal medicine?
It was not a big part, but it was a part of the care that we were rendering in the hospital.
And did you fill out death certificates as sort of as part of the regular course of your internship?
Oh, yes.
You had to give the court an idea of how many times you had to sort of examine why a patient died and fill out a death certificate. How many times would that be?
I think it wouldn't be over 10. I think it would probably be like 7 to 10, if I had to guess.
Do you think that you have any type of specialized knowledge when it comes to determining cause of death or why patients might die in a clinical setting?
I think I may have some experience and knowledge given the fact that I've filled out those death certificates and have that experience.
And are people would renew our request to have Dr. Robertson opine on the cause of death in this case?
Judge, may I voir dire further, given the further voir dire by the people?
You may.
Dr. Robinson, during your internship, you were supervised by another doctor, is that right?
Not always. It depends how you define supervision. So in the teaching environment, there's always a physician that you can call. When we were functioning as interns, we were sometimes especially like in the Veterans Administration, we were the main providers, and then we always had a resident or sometimes an attending that we can contact if we had questions or concerns.
And another doctor reviewed your filling out a death certificate, is that correct?
That's not correct.
When was that internship?
So my internship started after 2001, went to 2002, then from 2003 to, I believe, 2004.
So if I'm right, it's about 19 or 20 years since you had any involvement in filling out a death certificate, is
Yes,
that correct?
That's correct.
You have not been a pathologist at all during that period of time, is that correct?
No,
You have not done any autopsies to determine cause of death during that period of time, is that right?
that's correct.
And in fact, it sounds like you haven't done anything to determine a cause of death since about 2003 or 2004, is that correct?
Yes, I haven't done anything recently since my internship.
Judge, I'm going to object to him being qualified on cause of death.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
No further voir dire, Your Honor, but I will join the objection.
All right. The court, based upon the record, will decline to allow the doctor to testify or to opine in that particular area. And it's really based upon the time.
I'm sorry.
It's based upon the time that's elapsed.
I would like to turn to your involvement in the Elijah McClain investigation. Can you please tell the jury how you got involved?
So I was contacted, I can't remember which month, I think it was March of 2021 by the Attorney General of Colorado in regards to a case involving the death of an individual under police custody.
And was
Or
that
law enforcement.
individual Elijah McClain?
Yes.
And what question were you initially asked to answer?
The questions were related to the causes or factors that led to his death.
And what records were you provided in order to determine this question?
I'm sorry?
What reports or records were you given in order to provide an answer to this question?
So at that time, I was provided the body-worn cameras for law enforcement, in addition to the patient care reports for Falk ambulatory, as well as for Aurora Fire Department. I was also provided the defibrillators, Zell's information or data, as well as the medical records for the hospital, the coroner's report as well as pictures for the scene that particular time. And I think I had Dr. Buther's report as well.
And I wanted to ask you, did you find watching the body worn camera helpful or significant in order to make your opinion in this case?
I did, yes.
And why was that?
The body worn camera really gives visual and auditory evidence as to what's happening during the time of the administration of ketamine, as well as the factors that are leading up to the administration of ketamine.
Did you also review the toxicology report?
I did, yes.
And did you find that informative?
I did, yes.
Why so?
When I looked at the toxicology report through its NMS laboratory, it appeared that the Elijah McClain had ketamine in his system, which was at 1.4 milligrams per liter, I believe.
Did you also watch the Shell station video where Mr. McClain is present before his encounter with police officers?
I did.
And did you find that informative?
I did. In particular, because the diagnosis of excited delirium is the cause for the treatment by which we're using ketamine, it appeared that his behavior seemed normal at that particular time for what I could gather from the video.
Now, did you review any reports from the paramedic services from this event?
I did, yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about which reports you reviewed?
I reviewed the, we were referring to the patient care reports.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. So I reviewed the patient care report one was from Falk Ambulatory, and I believe that was from Ryan Walker as the author or writer of that report. And then it was from Aurora Fire Department, for which the author was Mr. Cichuniec.
And did you also look at Aurora Fire and Rescue certain protocols?
I did, yes.
And what protocols did you look at?
So I was provided with the Aurora EMS protocol, and then there was also a AFR, I think the fire rescue manual I was provided with.
Did you view the video from the ambulance from this event?
I did, yes.
And did you find that informative?
I did.
Why so?
Well, it gives us a better understanding as to, from the body-worn cameras, we can see a lot of the events that are leading up to and the administration of ketamine, as well as when Elijah is placed on a pram and then brought to the ambulance. And then with the ambulatory videos, you can see what's happening in the ambulance and the sequence of events.
Did you look at any hospital records regarding Mr. McClain's stay in the hospital, or any children's record from him as a young person?
Yes, I looked at both. I looked at his prior records as a child when he was admitted, I think, for different conditions. And then I also saw the medical record when he was admitted for this particular event after the administration of ketamine.
After review of these materials, did you form an opinion to the reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Mr. McClain's medical condition and how ketamine affected him on the night of August 24th of 2019?
I did.
And as the basis of your opinion, did you draw upon your medical training?
I did.
How about your clinical experience?
Yes.
Your experience as an anesthesiologist,
Yes.
pain management physician?
Yes.
How about the time that you were an intern in psychiatry?
Yes.
And how about even the fact that you were an EMT back in college?
Yeah, that was very helpful.
In this case, based on your review of the materials, did you form an opinion about whether or not the fact that the paramedics administered ketamine to Elijah McClain, if it caused him serious bodily injury?
Which I'm going to object.
Object.
It's leading, one thing.
Overall,
That means you can answer.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. Based on your review of all the materials, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the paramedics' administration of ketamine to Elijah McClain caused him serious bodily injury?
Judge, I'm going to object again. He hasn't been qualified as a legal expert. That's a legal definition he's being asked to give an answer on.
no, she didn't ask it as a legal definition.
Dr. Robertson, did you understand my question?
I just asked it one last time. Just want to make sure. Yes, is the answer.
Yes is the answer. Ketamine did cause serious bodily injury.
Did.
From your review of the materials, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not there was a medical or therapeutic reason to give ketamine to Elijah McClain on August 24th of 2019?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. Am I speaking too fast?
No, I just have to pay attention.
Absolutely. Did you, based on your review of the materials, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not there was a medical or therapeutic reason to give ketamine to Elijah McClain on August 24th, 2019?
Yeah, I didn't see a medical reason to give ketamine to Elijah McClain. So, no.
Based on your review of all the materials, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Elijah McClain was suffering from excited delirium on August 24th, 2019?
I do, yes.
And what is your opinion?
That he wasn't suffering from excited delirium.
I'd like now to turn to ketamine and have a discussion about it. Could you please describe to the jury essentially what ketamine is?
So ketamine is a medication that's probably come to the public in regards to its use as an antidepressant recently. It's also used in pain management. It's also used as an anesthetic. From an anesthesia perspective, it's a unique anesthetic in that it can actually inhibit one of our excitatory chemicals in the brain called glutamate. And then what people will typically start mentioning is the NMDA receptor. I won't go into the details of it, but it's an IV anesthetic. And what the unique thing about ketamine is that it can actually be administered IM. That's one of the reasons we like it so much.
And so just so we're clear, what's the difference between IV and IM?
So IV stands for intravenous. So when people come into the hospital or they may see their primary care physician, sometimes to get IVs. So a lot of people may be familiar with that. And IM, it stands for intramuscular injection. And so you'll typically see that sometimes when you're administered certain medications or vaccines. So it means it's going directly into the muscle.
And what's the typical placement of an IM administration of any type of medicine?
IM will typically go into the shoulder, can also go into the buttocks or gluteus region.
And what are the effects of ketamine when it's given to a patient?
So ketamine causes what's called dissociative anesthetic. I just want to be clear, when we're talking about the administration of ketamine, are we discussing the below anesthesia dose, or are we talking about the anesthesia dose?
Let's talk with both. When it's an anesthetic dose, what is the effects of ketamine?
Okay. So normally you'll hear about dissociative anesthesia. So that's what's unique about ketamine. Ketamine's property is that it's inhibiting the ability to be excited or to stay awake. And what people do is they have a disconnection between all of their sensory. So they have amnesia, but in addition to that, they can't sense pain, they can't sense sight, they can't sense sound. And ketamine is actually very similar to PCP. In fact, that's actually how it's derived. PCP, they found, was not a great anesthetic because it causes hallucinations. And so they made a chemical compound that was similar to PCP, and that's ketamine. So the unique properties of it disassociates the individual. They still appear to be awake. They can sometimes have their eyes open, but they're actually not conscious. It helps to maintain respiratory rate occasionally. In addition to that, the properties of ketamine actually allow us to have an increased blood pressure. So normally after the administration of ketamine, people are typically at an anesthetic dose, will be unconscious, but still be able to breathe and still be able to stay awake in general. In addition to that, the unique thing about it also works as an analgesic. So it works similar to morphine. It doesn't have the exact same receptor that it hits, but people can actually have pain relief when they're given ketamine. That's another unique property of it.
Can you explain how a person can be unconscious and yet be conscious of what's going on with them?
Well, I apologize. They are unconscious, but they appear to have they appear to look awake. So their eyes actually are open, their mouth may be open, they sometimes salivate a lot, They're breathing, but you cannot communicate with them. They're completely in an anesthetic, amnestic state.
And you also mentioned,
Unconscious.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, and they are unconscious.
All right. You mentioned there's an anesthetic dose and a sub-anesthetic dose. What does it mean to have a sub-anesthetic dose?
So normally with ketamine, the administration, not to get into the details of the dosing, but for doing anesthesia, it's going to be 6.5 to 13 milligrams milligrams per kilogram. When we are below that, we're below the dose that would render someone unconscious for anesthesia. And so typically we're seeing ketamine used mainly in a pediatric population where one, we like the property of ketamine because kids sometimes are having procedures, they have small veins, we can't get IVs, or they're so agitated, upset that you can't establish an IV. Well, we have this anesthetic that will still allow us to, lower anesthetic dose of ketamine that we can give IM so that they can have the procedure. So they will go into a state where they won't have as much pain, but they'll be sedated, but they won't go to the extent where they're going into a general anesthetic. And I'd like to make a distinction between general anesthesia and sedation. So when we start talking about general anesthesia, normally the anesthesiologists have to have high skill set in regards to airway management, because when people are in general anesthesia, they don't have the ability to protect their airway. There's also a risk for respiratory depression. So we have to be able to manage those issues. And so we don't want to give those doses to kids if we can avoid it.
It might be helpful if you could describe to the jury the difference between, in using anesthesia, between awake, conscious sedation, deep sedation, and full anesthesia.
Okay. Yeah. So normally normally for sedation, we do what's called monitored anesthesia care. Some people may be familiar with that in regards to propofol. That's one of the anesthetics that are more commonly used than ketamine. And so we can actually infuse very low doses of this anesthetic. People can still have a procedure done, maybe a colonoscopy. They still maintain their respiratory rate. They still can become unconscious and not be aware that they're having the procedure. With general anesthesia, normally you're going to get to such a depth of sleep that you no longer can maintain your ability to breathe. And if you get deeper into the details, basically the body has the ability to maintain its respiration for survival. And that's normal. But if you get too deep in regards to anesthesia, it won't maintain that basic survival instinct, and people stop breathing and airways have to be secured. That's a general anesthetic.
What is the significance of those terms when considering using ketamine for a patient? Is it the same or is it different?
It depends on the context in which it's administered. So there are times where people are wanting to use ketamine at a very low dose so that they can maintain the safety. They don't need to have always the airway skill set. And patients can have procedures and be sedated. And then there's times that we'll use ketamine mainly for a general anesthetic.
And when you say airway skill set, what are we talking about?
So normally within pain management, in addition to the risk stratification and making sure that everyone's safe for procedures, oftentimes the anesthesiologists have a high skill set in regards to making sure that people can maintain their respiration and breathing, because general anesthesia will impact your ability to breathe. So we have to secure airway. So what that means is our ability to intubate patients is at a very high level, because anesthesiologists are doing intubations anywhere from once a day all the way up to 10 to 14 times per day. So the frequency in which they're doing that is important. We have to do laryngoscopies, and we have laryngoscopy meaning looking into the trachea and placing the tubes. And so you have to be able to manage the airway. Sometimes patients will do simple things. They'll snore, they'll obstruct, they'll stop breathing. You have to know when you have to give positive pressure ventilation. You have to know when you have to give a special airway device so that they can maintain their breathing. And the emergency physicians sometimes have the skill set as well, or often do.
You've mentioned a person's ability to protect their airway. Is this an important consideration whenever you use ketamine?
It is. Yes, so you want to make sure that the patients maintain their breathing. With ketamine, in addition to having that risk of breathing, which is not as common as the other anesthetics, which is this unique property, it also can cause a lot of salivation. And so you can see a lot of secretions after the administration of ketamine, and that in of itself can cause someone to obstruct. It's like having too much fluid in the back of your throat, and that can lead to you having poor oxygen and CO2 exchange.
So when you say that a person could salivate a lot,
Mhm.
what does it look like when you're looking at a patient and you see this happen? What are you seeing?
Well, normally you're going to see the patients having a lot of secretions coming out of their mouth. They're likely going to be clear. But in addition to the visual aspects, you're going to actually have auditory aspects. So you can sometimes start seeing patients having stridor. You can hear obstruction. I think most of us are familiar with obstructive sleep apnea, when the tongue kind of obstructs the airway or the trachea and prevents people from breathing. That same thing can happen with salivation. Same thing can happen with other liquids.
And what is stridor?
Stridor is the actual the inspiratory noise that's made when you have an obstruction. And so it's a kind of like a auditory wheezing that one would hear.
Does it sound like snoring?
It's different than snoring. It has more of a whistle type of a effect or sound to it.
You said that ketamine sometimes can protect someone's airway or respiratory depression that's lower, but at some point, does the amount of ketamine given affect the patient so that there is respiratory depression as a risk?
Yeah, so when we start talking about the IV anesthetics, most of the IV anesthetics, we have three of them, and I won't go into great details of their names, but they're propofol, etomidate, thiopental. Whenever they're administered, they are actually impacting the ability for people to sleep, and they typically will cause people's respiratory rate to decrease. Ketamine, because it's working through the pathway of blocking the excitation, has a different pathway, and it typically allows people to maintain their respirations, especially when it's administered at a sub-anesthetic dose. So when it's administered at, and we'll talk about 5 milligrams per kilogram, most people will typically be able to continue to breathe on their own. And that's a unique property of it. You want to have that for kids. And so it can function in that manner for respirations.
You said that at a certain level of dose, 5 milligrams by kilograms, that a person can maintain their airway. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, most times people will maintain their airway at 5 milligrams per kilogram, especially in the pediatric population for the administration of ketamine. But what ketamine's demonstrated to do, if you give it IV, it's a different effect than IM. So if it's administered IV, there's a high chance that there could be respiratory depression, especially when it's given at very high doses, or if it's given very quickly. So normally with ketamine, you typically want to give half of it over a minute and then give the other half. But if you give a full bolus or a rapid injection, then there's a high risk that the patients will go into apnea or stop breathing.
What about when it's given IM administration and it's a high dose?
High dose administration also has that risk, but it's not as demonstrated as the IV form of it, but there is a risk for that.
And what is considered a high dose for intramuscular administration?
So for intramuscular, it would be beyond 5 milligrams per kilogram. So when you go to 6.5 to 13 milligrams per kilogram IM, then you're dealing with the general anesthetic dose of ketamine.
So I want to now sort of go to how much ketamine was administered to Elijah McClain. Do you know, was it given IV or IM?
To the best of my knowledge, it was given IM.
And how much was the dose that was given to Mr. McClain?
I believe it was 7.5 milligrams per kilogram.
So how does that amount relate to what you just told the the jury, as far as, is that a appropriate dose to give or a high dose, and could it cause respiratory depression?
Yeah, it's a high dose that is an overdose of the EMS protocol for Aurora. and it's a general anesthetic dose of ketamine.
At that dose, how would it affect the respiratory depression of Mr. McClain?
It has the potential to cause respiratory depression, especially in the setting of hypoxia, as well as in the setting of potential aspiration or prior aspiration, as in addition to metabolic acidosis and catecholamine depletion.
We'll talk about that in just a few moments. Are there any other known risks of ketamine when given at such a high dose intramuscular?
So if you're giving an intramuscular dose of ketamine, you also will see salivation is a risk for it as well. There's what's called a ceiling effect with regards to the dissociative properties of it, but there's not a ceiling effect that's demonstrated for the respiratory depression properties of it.
So let's talk about that. What is the ceiling effect?
So ceiling effect is something that's, again, unique to ketamine. With ketamine, we talked about the dissociation of anesthesia or disconnection with the body and the loss of consciousness. That effect is not dose dependent, and that's unique in its properties. So some of us may be familiar with some of the opiates or benzodiazepines or other anesthetics. So if you give a low dose of an opiate, it may cause a little bit of sedation. If you keep giving a large amount, the sedation increases. Same thing can occur with something like midazolam or benzodiazepine. Same thing with the anesthetic. You give a little bit, typically it's not an effect. If you give more, there'll be more sedation. With ketamine, it's different. So ketamine, you don't dissociate more. Once you hit the dissociative anesthetic, it's there. Giving more won't make someone dissociate any further. They're kind of at one, there's a ceiling or plateau effect for that disassociation.
And what do patients look like when they disassociate?
So normally it can be variable. So they'll look kind of like out of it. So their eyes will be open, their mouth may be open. They are not as responsive to or they won't respond to verbal stimuli. There may be some response to painful stimuli. And then with ketamine, it's unique in that you can see what's called myoclonus. So you can see some muscle jerks or sometimes even movements. And that's what's different than the other anesthetics, because for some individuals looking at or just coming into a room after someone's being administered ketamine, you would think that they're awake. Well, their eyes are open. I saw him move. They're breathing. But it's no, they're actually asleep. They're unconscious. And so that's the disassociation. It's a disconnect between what you're seeing and what's actually happening to the patient.
Is there a ceiling effect as far as the amount of ketamine given to a patient? Is there a dose dependency?
For which effect?
Or if there's the amount of ketamine given, can you give as much ketamine as you want?
No, you cannot. So there is and I think that's why there is a range stated in the through the FDA package insert. That's common knowledge that we're going to stay between 6.5 and 13 milligrams per kilogram. The higher you go up on ketamine, the higher the probability that you'll have an adverse event. And that's stated in some of the protocols.
When you say the higher the dose, the higher the effect, does that mean that there's more opportunity that there's going to be a respiratory depression event for the patient?
Yes, it's a higher risk that there will be a respiratory compromise or depression, yes.
In your experience, have you seen that high doses of ketamine that are above the protocol or above the appropriate FDA amount, do they have to be intubated and do they experience respiratory depression?
It's both. So there is demonstration in the literature that patients who are receiving higher dosages have a higher incidence of intubation. We're actually seeing that coming out of some of the studies are not strong. That's some of the shortcomings of the pre-hospital administration of ketamine, but there is some association with intubation and the dose of ketamine. In addition to that, sometimes you'll see further apnea or potentially a drop in the pulse oximetry with the administration of ketamine.
And when you say you'll see a drop in pulse oximetry with the administration of ketamine, what does that mean?
So the pulse oximeter, I think, has become more popularized, especially now that we can all purchase it. So this a device that just measures oxygen in your blood. That is an indirect measure of how much oxygen you have, but it measures what's at the fingertip. And when that starts to decrease, we assume or is correlated with a decrease in the oxygen in the blood. And that can decrease when you administer ketamine.
And when you have a decrease in the oxygen in the blood, is that a significant mental condition?
It is because oxygen is compatible with life. And so you need oxygen to breathe and to mentate and to stay alert and stay awake.
And we'll get into more details, but is that exactly what happened to Elijah McClain?
It's part of what happened and the factors that led to Elijah McClain's having his event. Yes.
So I'd like to talk about the role of assessment when ketamine is being given to a patient. What is that role of assessment? How important is it?
It's vitally important
Why do you say that, Dr. Robinson?
because normally we as providers, nurses, physicians, emergency medicine technologists or technicians, paramedics, our initial step in providing care is universal guidelines. And so we have to make an initial assessment. You need to know where you're starting from to know where you're going to head. So it's critical because one of the things that we're doing is we're risk stratifying patients. We're trying to determine,
Hold on real quick. What is risk gratifying?
sorry, I use that term a lot. So risk stratification is really trying to determine what categories does this patient fall into? Are they a high risk for anesthesia? That's important to know. Are they low risk for anesthesia? The same thing applies for emergency medicine. There's a triage, there's a determination as to what is the risk of this to this patient based off certain factors. And that typically is going to be elicited from the history, but also from physical exam. There's a lot of different things that we have to take into account, and that's all involved in the assessment. Those things will really dictate what the likelihood of someone surviving the administration of an anesthetic will be.
And is that true also for ketamine?
Yes, it is.
In order to determine a patient's baseline before you give ketamine, what is sort of the information you need to know from the patient on a medical level in order to determine whether or not the administration of ketamine can be safe?
Well, we're going to try to get as much information as we can. So first, we're going to start with the history. In this particular case, you want to know the weight. You want to know if the patient's taking any other medications, because there are some medications that are contraindicated with the use of ketamine. You want to know what their history is. Do they have asthma? Do they have cardiac conditions? Are they diabetic? So you want to do a full history as much as you can, as reasonably as possible. In addition to that, you want to have vital signs, especially if we're dealing with certain diagnoses like excited delirium. The criteria for that, one of the criteria is going to be tachycardia or high pulse rate. So you need to know what that is. You need to know if they're hypertension or hypertensive, because being severely hypertensive and giving ketamine, which raises your blood pressure, can be life-threatening. And so you want to take all these variables or all this data together to then determine what will be the risk of the administration of ketamine. Additionally, you want to have pulse oximetry. You want to know if the patient potentially is already in a low oxygen state. That may change whether you want to give a medication that has potential for respiratory depression.
Can you remind us what hypertension is?
High blood pressure.
If you don't have the right tools for the assessment, and so you don't know kind of the oxygen level or the pulse rate, or if it's racing, do you reconsider giving ketamine?
Yeah, I would reconsider it. There are times where we don't have the luxury, whether it's as paramedics, emergency medical technicians, even anesthesiologists.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of his expertise. This is only paramedic care.
Response.
I think Dr. Robertson is talking about when ketamine can be given, and it's in all medical consideration, all medical situations when it's given. So I think he has the background in order to give this opinion.
Right. The court will, I think he was going to explain in all contexts, but the court will restrict the testimony, I suppose, to clinical or outpatient administration.
If you don't have all the necessary information, do you reconsider whether or not you're going to give a drug like ketamine?
Yes.
As a medical provider, before you give ketamine, do you ask certain questions?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Well, before the administration of ketamine, you want to know, is the patient awake? Are they oriented ×3? Have they had anything to eat? How are they feeling? Are they allergic to ketamine? Have they had any other substances that they may have taken that may interfere with the administration of ketamine? In particular, there's certain asthma medication, theophylline and aminophylline, that can't be utilized with ketamine. You have to be cognizant of that.
And when you say you have to determine if the patient is alert ×3, can you explain what that is?
Certainly. So normally, and it relates to this case in regards to delirium, or relates to excited delirium, I should say. So with excited delirium, the latter component of the diagnosis is delirium. And so delirium is something that we can rapidly define in the field just by determining if someone's awake and oriented. And so typically we're going to ask patients.
Judge, I'm going to object. He's testifying to things that happen in the field.
Right.
Rephrase.
So if you could just talk about excited delirium as far as if you're working with a patient in an outpatient setting.
Yeah, so I would just want to know if they're awake and oriented. Do they know their name? Do they know where they are? Do they know who the president is? Do they know the situation as to what's happening to them? And that can tell us that they're not delirious or not, or if they're delirious.
Before you give ketamine, it's important to know whether or not a patient has eaten.
Correct, yes.
Why is that?
So with ketamine, it has the ability to protect some of the reflexes for swallowing, but anytime we give an anesthetic, it doesn't fully protect the airway. And so if you have a full stomach, then you're at risk for aspiration. I think most of us can identify that if you've had any surgical procedure before, the physicians, the nurses, the anesthesiologists are all very serious about when was the last time you ate? When was the last time you had something to drink? And they'll cancel cases based off of that because we have really strong data demonstrating that people are at risk for aspiration of their stomach contents, which may seem small, but actually it could become life-threatening. So anytime the stomach contents come into the lung, it can interfere with the ability to breathe, and it can lead to a pneumonia. People get placed into an ICU, and then they sometimes don't come out of the ICU. So a simple dental procedure, they'll say, well, when was the last time you ate or drank? And if you've had something to drink within the hour of the procedure, they'll cancel it.
Before you administer ketamine, are there certain positions that are better for the patient than others?
Yeah, certainly. So with anesthesia, or we want to try to minimize the risk for ketamine, or even with sedation. So typically you want to have the patient in a supine position, which is laying on their back, and you want to have their head elevated by 30 degrees.
What would be your opinion if a patient was given ketamine when they are in prone position?
The prone position is less than ideal. Sometimes it can put patients so that their stomach is a little bit above their head. And sometimes it can also lead to people aspirating to a more significant degree than if they're on their back.
What would you think about if a patient's on their side?
The side position is less than ideal for anesthesia. It's not as great as the supine position. There is a place to be on your side. And if you're on your left side, which she is in the video, that's a position for when someone's throwing up. So if someone's actively throwing up, we talked about aspiration. So we've looked and studied the anatomy of the lungs and which lungs are more likely for you to have an aspiration on. And we know that being on the left side lowers your risk for aspiration as opposed to being on your right side or being on your stomach. And so that position is actually intentional. And we know a lot of the healthcare providers know that.
I'm now going to direct your attention to your review of this case. When the the paramedics arrive on scene? And I'm going to ask you a series of questions about that time. When the paramedics arrived on the scene, were you looking in your review of the materials and body-worn camera whether or not they conducted an assessment of Elijah McClain?
I did, yes.
And what particularly did you look for in order to determine whether or not the paramedics conducted an assessment of Elijah McClain?
Judge, I'm going to object to this. I believe it's outside the scope of his expertise and it's going into paramedic care and field care, which is not qualified.
Joint.
Response.
Judge, I think that this foundational information will help Dr. Robinson describe what the effect of ketamine has on this situation.
All right, I'll allow him to testify as to what assessment or lack of assessment he observed in the video from medical's perspective.
Yes, sir. So from a medical perspective, when you were reviewing the records or you were looking at body-worn camera, did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue conduct any kind of assessment of Mr. McClain's condition before they gave him ketamine?
I didn't see them conduct a direct assessment of Mr. McClain.
And when you say direct assessment, what does that mean for you?
So when providers are, or I'm not going to use providers, healthcare providers were riding on the scene, what I observed was that there was a police encounter where there was a report. So that's a part of the assessment, but there wasn't a direct patient assessment to reaffirm the police's report. So I think the first question that's asked is, does he speak English? But there's no questions as to how much does he weigh, what's going on, or talking to him to see if he's awake and oriented ×3.
And when you say there's no talking to him, I just want to clarify, did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue speak with Mr. McClain?
No.
Did you observe any of the paramedics ask the police any questions about Mr. McClain's condition?
I can't recall the question. I just remember the only question I asked that I recall for certain is, all right, does he speak English? That's the one question I heard asked by the first arrival on the scene.
Did you observe whether or not any of the personnel from Aurora Fire and Rescue knelt down and had a conversation with Mr. McClain?
No, I did not observe that on the video.
Did you observe whether or not anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue actually brought medical equipment in order to conduct an assessment of Mr. McClain?
I did not know.
Now, you mentioned that one of the risks of ketamine is salvation. I'm not saying that right.
Yes.
Can vomiting also be a risk factor for the use of ketamine?
It can be, yes.
Did you observe on the body-worn camera whether or not Mr. McClain had been vomiting either before or after the Aurora Fire and Rescue arrived?
I observed him vomiting prior to the arrival of Aurora EMS.
Now, at the time before ketamine was administered, did you see whether or not anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue determined Mr. McClain's oxygen level?
I did not observe them determining his oxygen level.
And would they have done that through a pulse oximeter?
Likely a pulse oximetry, but there are other.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is asking for field in the care. It's not qualified.
Joint and speculation.
Response.
Once again, Judge, these foundational facts are going to help Dr. Robinson talk about how ketamine affected Elijah McClain in this instance.
All right, from a medical perspective, I'll allow him to testify.
I'll just rephrase my question, Dr. Robinson. Did you see anyone check Mr. McClain's oxygen level through a pulse oximeter?
No.
And if they had checked his levels of pulse oximeter, what would they have learned about Mr. McClain's medical condition at that time?
Object. That calls for speculation and it's outside the scope of his expertise.
Joint.
Response.
Once again, Dr. Robinson is a physician. He has worked in internal medicine. He is an anesthesiologist. He has talked about the need to know a patient's oxygen levels before giving ketamine. And he would know that the information, what a any provider could understand if they got this information before the giving of ketamine.
Judge, the question was, if they had done a certain thing, what would they have found? That clearly asks speculation.
I'll sustain the objection on form.
What information is given to a provider when they use a pulse oximeter before the use of ketamine?
So you have the ability to look at a patient's pulse as well as their oxygen saturation of their blood.
And what does that tell the provider? What necessary information does it give them before the use or administration of ketamine?
It'll determine if you're in a hypoxic state or if you have normal oxygenation. It may also determine if you're having abnormal pulse rate. So if you're bradycardic or have a slow pulse, or if you're tachycardic and have a fast pulse.
How can those conditions interact if someone is given ketamine?
Well, before I finish that, I'd also like to state it also can determine if the pulse is irregular. So the way that it interacts is it kind of dictates whether giving the ketamine is safe or not. If you have someone who has hypoxia and they're, so normally the saturation should be above 92% on room air. If they are, say 70%, that's going to change the whole treatment dynamic. First, you may have to give oxygen. It may actually indicate that you have a reversible cause for the excited delirium, and that it's not actually excited delirium, it's hypoxia. In addition to that, you have to take special precaution before you administer the ketamine, and you may not want to give the ketamine. A lot of providers may avoid it if it's a very low saturation.
Did you observe on the body-worn camera, or did you notice any notes in the patient care report whether or not anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue attempted to speak to Elijah McClain?
Judge, that's been asked and answered.
The question was asked previously in terms of the body-worn camera. The report was added, so I'll allow it.
No.
There were no notations in the report.
Not that I recall of someone speaking to Elijah McClain.
Now, you have already indicated that ketamine is you determine the amount of ketamine based on the weight of the patient. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see through your observation of the body-worn camera whether or not anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue obtained the weight for Elijah McClain?
I didn't see anyone try to obtain the weight of Elijah McClain, either through looking at an ID or through asking, no.
And did you notice whether on the body-worn camera, whether or not the paramedics engaged with the law enforcement and had a discussion about the weight of Mr. McClain?
I did not observe that, no.
When you reviewed the Aurora Fire and Rescue patient report, did you see any indication whether or not they asked any questions of Mr. McClain about his weight?
Judge, I'm going to object. That question was asked and answered. He's testified. Nobody tried to talk to Elijah McClain.
Sustained.
In looking at the Aurora Fire and Rescue reports, did they indicate whether or not they asked Mr. McClain his weight?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's the same question. Court just sustained the objection.
All right. Response.
Your Honor, I'm asking for the notation in their reports and to see whether or not in their narrative, they specifically say whether or not they asked for the weight. It may not be on body-worn camera.
All right. I'll allow it in that form.
So Dr. Robinson, based on your review of the Aurora Fire Rescue patient care report, did they note in their narrative that they asked Mr. McClain for his weight?
No, I did not see that noted in their narrative.
Between the time that Aurora Fire Rescue arrived on the scene and the time that they gave ketamine, did you see an opportunity where they could have given Mr. McClain any type of assessment?
I did, yes.
Why do you say that?
And looking at the body-worn camera, there's actually
Judge, I'm going to object. I think it's outside the scope of his expertise. Again, this is pre-hospital care he's discussing now.
Go ahead.
I'll overrule that objection.
That means, Dr. Robinson, you may answer.
So what I observed on videos, there's a period where there's an arrival at the scene. Elijah McClain is moving. And then as the time progresses after EMS has arrived, he starts moving less to the extent where law enforcement feel that it's a safe enough scene for them to do.
Judge, I'm objecting. He is clearly rendering opinion on pre-hospital care and safety of the scene. He is not qualified to give opinions in those areas.
Join your
Response.
Yes, in order for Dr. Robinson to talk about how ketamine can affect Elijah McClain in this situation, he needs to talk about the tools that could be used and how that could have affected the use and the effect of ketamine on Mr. McClain. The fact that there was not an assessment, a logical question would be, could they have done an assessment in order to gather this information?
Judge, I'm going to ask to approach at this point.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
So Dr. Robertson, you may answer. Was there an opportunity for the Aurora Fire and Rescue to conduct an assessment during that pat-down search?
Yes, I observed that during the pat down, it appears that the law enforcement feel like it's safe enough for them to do a pat down. And at that particular time, they likely could check a pulse or try to pull a pulse oximetry on or even check blood pressure. In addition to that, prior to the administration of ketamine, I could observe on Matthew Green's video, you can see that law enforcement is holding his wrist. And that's another perfect opportunity where you could be just checking a radial pulse.
As someone who uses a pulse oximeter on a daily basis or a weekly basis as an anesthesiologist, do you have concerns about where the cords are lying when you use a pulse oximeter on a patient's hands?
No, I do not. The pulse oximetry now, the technology has evolved. Sometimes you'll have a cord that's attached to a battery pack, but they're very small units. If the hand is immobile, especially if it's under handcuffs, you can easily put it on the index finger.
Based on your review of the materials, did you come to an opinion that the use of ketamine in this case was extremely high risk?
Yes, I did.
And
Yes, it was.
why do you say that?
Looking at the sequence and the factors of Elijah McClain, one, he's first in a physical altercation with law enforcement to the extent where he loses consciousness. And so just by that definition, he has cerebral hypoxia. There was a lack of oxygen being given to his brain. In addition to that, he's observed by EMS in the reports to be tachypnic and to be breathing very fast.
And I'm sorry, Dr. Robinson, what's Cichuniec?
It's breathing very fast. So he appears to be breathing very fast. That's also observed on the body-worn camera. So hypoxia is expected to be present. In addition to that, the whole premise of giving ketamine is for excited delirium. And the reason why we're doing that is because there's likely a metabolic acidosis. Certainly, during any form of exertion, you're going to have lactic acid buildup. And that's what we're trying to prevent with the administration of ketamine. So he has hypoxia, he has metabolic acidosis. What's also observed is that he is moving from a state of responding to painful stimuli to looking like he's not as responsive. And that appears to look like he's has a depletion of his catecholamine stores.
So I'm going to stop you right there.
Sorry.
What is catecholamine stores?
Yeah. So catecholamine is adrenaline. And it's known fact that the administration of, if you deplete your adrenaline through physical exertion, and for this case, I consider it similar to running 800 meters or doing MMA. If you did that for 9 minutes straight, you'd have very little energy. And that's what he's demonstrating while he's on his side. It's important because ketamine has a paradoxical effect, meaning it has the opposite effect of what people would want when it's administered in a low adrenaline state. So it actually drops your blood pressure, it drops your pulse, it has a higher risk likely of respiratory depression. And then in addition to that, the fourth factor is that he had a prior aspiration. So, or at least I should say, not say aspiration, but he at least threw up. So we know he has a full stomach. So taking into account potential likely hypoxia, metabolic acidosis, aspiration, low adrenaline, that kind of influences the effects of ketamine and how it can sometimes cause an adverse effect.
As a provider, could you determine that these conditions exist if you did an assessment and used medical tools?
You could determine most of them, yes.
Tell us how you could determine that.
So we'll start with hypoxia, and I think we've covered that with the pulse oximetry. When we're looking at patients, we're dealing with two different sets of data. One is the subjective, and we typically will call those symptoms. And so we have Elijah McClain reporting that I can't breathe. And then you couple that with a sign of fast respiratory rate. And if you had a pulse oximeter, that would confirm that he's in a hypoxic state. In regards to the metabolic acidosis, that too aligns itself with the fast rate of respiration. That's more difficult to determine with the tools that we have. We would need to have a blood glass to really figure that out. The same thing with the adrenaline. That's a little bit more challenging to figure out. You could also determine if he aspirated. And what you could do is auscultate, or what we call listen to the lungs, determine if you hear sound, if it sounds very clear, or does it sound like there's fluid in his lungs. All those things are important prior to the administration of ketamine. Those tools are crucial. And it's the reason why we call them vital signs. So we need to have vital signs because it keeps people alive. Blood pressure, pulse oximetry, CO2. The other important factor for this is temperature. One of the criteria for excited delirium is going to be high temperature.
Based on your observation of the body-worn camera and your view as a medical provider, could Aurora Fire and Rescue have gotten this type of information before the administration of ketamine?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Because at the time of ketamine administration, you can see that he's not moving any longer. In fact, when there's an administration of a noxious stimuli, which is the needle going into the shoulder, he doesn't flinch, he doesn't move. And so that tells me that you have the capacity. In addition to that, law enforcement has his hands controlled. And so those are perfect opportunities. Hey, we're going to administer this medication. It's an anesthetic. Why don't we just go ahead and put a pulse oximetry on him? Why don't we make sure we have the amble bag available? Why don't we check a temperature, or maybe just try to run a blood pressure cuff? If you can't run it, you can't run it, but make those attempts.
And just so we're clear, what's an ammo bag?
Sorry. So it's known as a bag valve mask. So normally there's two different ways that we can give, actually in this circumstance, probably three different ways you can give oxygen to Elijah McClain. One, a simple way, is you can take a tube. We have tubes that connect to these bags, and it has a mask to it. We give oxygen to it. Sometimes patients are moving, sometimes it's less than ideal circumstance. You can take the bag off, turn the oxygen up to 25 liters, which is a lot of oxygen, and just put it very close to his nose. He'll get a little bit more oxygen than room air. And so that sometimes can help someone who's in a hypoxic state. Additionally, you can put the mask over a patient, and you can kind of assist their ventilation. That too will also give them some oxygen. Or you can take a non-breather mask. Sometimes patients will try to snatch those off if they're not comfortable to them, but that too can be administered.
Is visual inspection of breathing alone sufficient to safely monitor a patient when using ketamine?
It's not sufficient.
Judge, I don't object if this is limited to his experience and not in the field. If it's talking outpatient clinics, I don't have that, Judge. Otherwise, I do.
Okay, response.
The court has instructed that we should talk about Dr. Robinson's experience in a hospital or an out-of-hospital setting.
All right, so you can rephrase.
Absolutely. Based on your experience, is a visual assessment of breathing alone sufficient to safely monitor a patient before using ketamine?
It is not, no.
Why not?
It only gives one data point, and it's hard to get the full picture. So when we're dealing with diagnosis and treatment, we need to have all the pieces of the puzzle. And so the vital signs can be looked at as a piece. The respiratory rate is a piece. And it's not a piece that we ignore. It's an important piece, but the pulse is, the blood pressure is. the oxygen saturation is. The CO2 is also important pieces, as well as temperature in this particular situation.
Based on your experience and training, can you determine whether or not a patient has a rapid heartbeat by just doing a visual inspection?
I cannot know.
Or how about if the patient has an abnormal rhythm?
You cannot know.
Can you check a patient's airway visually?
Not fully, no. You could determine it. You could see if there's secretions. That would be the extent of it.
What's the best way to check a patient's airway based on your experience and training?
Well, as an anesthesiologist, I have the luxury of looking directly into the airway, so I can. But in this particular circumstance, you could just simply open up the patient's mouth and look at the airway. And you can listen. Listening is still a factor for the airway. We talked about stridor, so that is a component to the visual. There's also an auditory component to it.
Can you determine a patient's pulse by simply doing a visual examination?
Most times you cannot, no. I'll leave the exception of there are times where a patient is so cachectic and thin that sometimes you can see like a carotid or you can see a pulse moving through the skin, but it's a rare occurrence.
Could you determine in this situation with Elijah McClain whether or not that situation is present here?
Doesn't appear so, not with his weight. It doesn't seem like that would be possible. And it's not documented in the patient care reports that they were able to obtain a pulse.
Now, I'd like to move now to dosing and what dosing is appropriate in this case. We talked a little bit whether or not ketamine has any properties that make it dose dependent or independent. What I want to know is, in that situation, what effect does the amount of the dose have on the respiratory depression?
It has an effect. It has a profound effect, and it can be seen basically just through the body-worn camera. You can look and see the respiratory rate drop from 40 to around 12 breaths per minute, and it's in a 2 to 3 minute interval.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. So let's talk a little bit about what was Mr. McClain's respiratory rate right before he's given ketamine, based on your observation?
So we're limited because we don't have anything that's monitoring his respiration. Sometimes you can actually have EKGs that monitor respiratory rate. But we as providers, and what people will typically experience, we have the ability to get snapshots of people's pulse. In fact, that's typically what will happen anytime you see a physician or a nurse and they're checking a pulse. They normally don't hold your pulse for a whole minute. It typically will be 15 seconds, and they'll just multiply by 4. In this circumstance, we have the luxury of having Matthew Green's video, and you can see the respiratory rate, and you can calculate it off of a certain time period. And it's between 30 to 40.
And how does that compare to us breathing right now in the courtroom?
So now we typically are going to be breathing around 12 breaths per minute, 8 to 12.
So what does that tell you about Mr. McClain's medical condition, the fact that his breathing rate is so much higher?
Well, it tells me that he's breathing rapidly due to either low oxygen state, or he's trying to get off which he's probably doing both. He's trying to get the CO2 off as well because he's in a metabolic acidotic state. And so in that condition, because you have lactic acid buildup, CO2 removal actually helps to lower the acid.
And we've talked about this, but can you remind us why it's important to have that CO2 and oxygen balance in order to maintain a healthy person?
So I'll start with CO2 first, because it may be the most challenging thing to understand. Even providers have some challenges with it. But basically, the way I look at CO2 is kind of like carbonated beverages. We all know that, or most people know that soda is very acidic. One of the reasons why it's acidic is because of the CO2 that's in it. It has carbonic acid. That CO2 goes on to form carbonic acid with the in fluid and water. So CO2 in of itself, if it accumulates, will cause acidity in the body. If you remove it, it will help to remove some of the acid. And so normally with lactic acidosis, the removal of the CO2 through breathing will lower the acid in the body. For oxygen, normally if you're in a state where you've had a loss of consciousness, then we know for certain that you had a decrease in cerebral blood flow. So there's lack of blood flow to your brain, and your brain didn't get enough oxygen. And in that particular circumstance, or if there's a lack of oxygen in the blood, you start breathing faster to try to get and accumulate more oxygen. And we all experience that when we typically do high physical exertion.
So at the moment, right before ketamine, he's breathing really fast. What does the use of ketamine do to Mr. McClain as far as his breathing?
So we see a decrease. We have another body-worn camera, I think it's actually still Matthew Green's, where you can see the rate drop from 40 to around 12.
And what does that mean for him medically?
It means a lot. So the reason why he's breathing fast is because he's trying to get oxygen in, he's trying to get CO2 out. And he's in a very delicate situation because you cannot accumulation of any form of acid is not compatible with life. So there's a point in time where if you get too much acid in your bodies, your heart cells, your brain cells, they don't function properly, and you can have arrhythmias and other abnormalities. So it's crucial. He's in a position where he can't afford to have any form of decrease in his respiratory rate, or what we call tidal volume, which is the ability to breathe deeper and have more volume into the lungs. He's using that to maintain his life, basically.
If ketamine typically doesn't have a greater effect of respiratory depression as other anesthetics, why is it affecting Mr. McClain in this situation?
So with ketamine, it's causes less risk for respiratory depression than other anesthetics. That's why it's valued. It does still cause respiratory depressing effects, especially when have certain risk factors in certain circumstances where you have the hypoxia, you have hypoxemia. So an example of that, what we know coming out of the literature in relationship to pre-hospital administration of ketamine, a large percentage of those patients are intubated. A large percentage of those patients actually have a decrease in their pulse oximetry after the administration of ketamine. And that may be acceptable for someone who doesn't have hypoxia, who doesn't have metabolic acidosis, doesn't have a decrease in adrenaline or aspiration risk. For someone that does, it's different. And he's in a very tenuous situation. So there's not a lot of room for error or even room for change in his respiratory rate.
At that moment, after Mr. Cooper gave Mr. McClain the administration of ketamine, could the paramedics have done something to stop the effect of ketamine on Mr. McClain?
Yes.
What could they have done?
Which I'm going to object. This calls for speculation and it's outside his expertise.
Response.
I think as an anesthesiologist, this doctor can opine on how once a patient is sort of going down the wrong road, what steps can be taken to right the course and put the patient back
Well,
in the same.
to the extent that he knows, I suppose, well, I'm going to have to hold on here for a second. I'll allow the witness to answer the question, but we'll see if I need to strike it.
Well, can you tell us, based on your training and experience, could the paramedics have done an assessment that would have informed them what Mr. McClain's condition was?
Yeah. So
Hold on, Dr. Robertson. And based on that assessment, could they have changed course? And would that have improved Mr. McClain's position at that time?
Object. This gets into the protocols for paramedics and following their protocols and standard of care, and he's not qualified in any of those areas.
And speculation.
Response.
As a physician who's worked with patients giving sedation, he has already discussed that he can recognize what the risks are. And now I'm asking, as a provider, what can you do once you see the risk?
But she's not asking him as a provider. She's asking what could these specific paramedics have done, and he's not qualified in that area.
All right, rephrase.
At this time, based on Mr. McClain's medical condition, as a provider, what could have been done?
Yeah, so at the particular time of the administration of ketamine, there's a period where they start to observe and watch, and there appears to be the administration of ketamine by Mr. Cooper, and then there's two other either paramedics or EMT to his left, and there's one by the stretcher. That would have been a great opportunity to grab the ambo bag, grab the pulse oximetry, grab the temperature probe, blood pressure, and try to get an assessment as to what the effects of the ketamine were going to be.
I'm going to object the foundation and ask that answer be stricken. He's still speaking directly about the actions of these paramedics on scene.
Response?
Based on his training and experience, Judge, he's taking his knowledge of what type of actions could have been conducted.
Doesn't have any training or experience in this subject, Your Honor.
What he does have training and experiences is when patients have been affected by a sedative.
We're going to take a recess. Let everybody settle down a little bit. We're getting off track. Folks, jurors.
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'd like to ask the court for a clarification on a ruling. The court had previously indicated that Dr. Robinson would be allowed to testify regarding hospital care or outpatient clinic care. I believe the last series of questions has been asking him to take that expertise that he has admittedly has and apply it to paramedics in the field and what they could have done or should have done. I believe that would exceed the court's previous ruling and the attempt to rein in Dr. Robinson's testimony. And so our record would be that I believe he's exceeding the scope of that. The questions exceed the scope of that. And so I guess I'm trying to make a record and seek clarification at the same time, Your Honor.
And on behalf of Mr. Cichuniec, I would join that, and I would sharpen it to the point that the court has ordered that this witness's testimony be limited to circumstances that occur in a clinical setting. And as providing opinions as to what might have been available to EMTs in the field or paramedics in the field goes beyond that clinical setting limitation that the court has ordered.
All right, on behalf of the people.
I believe that Dr. Robinson has been discussing his training and experience and his general medical knowledge and applying it to the facts of this case.
Well, we are starting to go beyond, based upon the questions, starting to go beyond the court's limitations that were imposed. So I'll leave it at that for the time being. Chairs are back. Please be seated. Court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 2806. You may continue your examination within the confines of the court's previous orders.
Dr. Robertson.
Morning.
At the time that we had the break, Mr. McClain was on the stretcher. And I wanted to talk to you and sort of discuss the amount of ketamine that was given to Mr. McClain and how that affected him. Is the amount of ketamine dose dependent in your opinion? I'm sorry, weight dependent in your opinion?
Yes, ketamine is weight dependent.
And what does that mean to be weight dependent?
It means that we have to calculate the dose basically off of their weight to have its effect, but also to avoid the adverse effects.
Now, I had previously asked you whether or not you were aware, whether or not anyone asked him for his weight. But do you know what weight Aurora Fire and Rescue paramedics assigned to Mr. McClain?
I do. Based off of their patient care report, I know that Ryan Walker assigned a weight of 160 pounds, which is 72.7 kilograms. And I know that Mr. Cichuniec assigned a weight of 85 kilograms, which is 187 pounds.
And I'm just writing notes for a second. So what did Ryan Walker assign?
Ryan Walker assigned 160 pounds, which was 72.7 kilograms.
And from your review of the medical records and the coroner's report, did you find out the two weights that Mr. McClain was assigned?
I did. So when Mr. McClain arrives into the hospital, they perform a weight. And the weight at that particular time was 65 kilograms, which is 143 pounds, which is his actual weight on arrival.
And what about the coroner weight?
The coroner weight was less than that. I believe it was 63 kilograms, and I believe it was 140 pounds.
Based on the fact, well, let me ask you that, how much ketamine was actually administered by Mr. Cooper to Mr. McClain?
He received 500 milligrams.
And did you do a calculation based on your training and experience, how that 500 milligrams translates to Mr. McClain's actual weight?
Yes. So the amount that he received was 50% greater than what he should have received, or is 1.5 times the amount that he should have received.
What is the amount that he should have received based on his weight?
Based off his weight, it should be 325 milligrams.
Now, if we look at what Mr. Cichuniec said is his weight, how much ketamine should he have been given at that weight?
I just need to be clear. So Mr. Cichuniec put 85 kilograms, so it should have been 425 milligrams of ketamine.
So based on his weight, it was 325, and based on the weight that Mr. Cichuniec said, it should have been 425,
Correct.
but they gave him 500.
Correct.
Based on the fact that Mr. Cooper gave 500 milligrams to Elijah McClain, what would that have translated into Elijah actually weighing?
It would have translated for him, that amount is for a 220 pound individual, which would have been 80 pounds greater than his weight.
80 pounds greater, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. 83 to be exact.
Now, we talked earlier about your definitions of awake, conscious sedation, deep sedation, and full anesthesia. How does 500 milligrams of ketamine relate to those definitions?
The 500 milligrams of ketamine moves beyond the sub-anesthetic dose or the pre-hospital dose and moves to the general anesthetic level, as the general anesthetic level is going to be above 6.5 milligrams, and he received 7.5 milligrams.
So, just to write a chart on that. You testified earlier. AD for anesthetic dose, is that fair enough?
Yes.
And you said based on the FDA and your own experience that the range is 6.5 to 13. Did I remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
And if I'm remembering correctly, you said that based on 500 milligrams, that Mr. McClain's dose was 7.7?
Yes. Let me make sure, 7.5.
Forgive me, is it 7.5?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think Dr. Robinson is referring to something. If he needs to refresh his recollection, I certainly have no objection.
All right. Yeah, if the doctor needs to look at notes or the like to refresh his recollection, he needs to let the court know.
Dr. Robertson, are you trying to determine the mathematics on the stand?
Yeah, just to make sure. There was a prior mathematical error in the past, so I'm a little sensitive to making sure that that's appropriate in our discussion, because I don't want that to occur again.
Sure. And would it help for you to do your calculations on a calculator?
Yes, that's what if it's okay if I use my phone to do the calculations, or if I can have a calculator.
I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
That's fine.
So what is the dose that Mr. McClain received?
Okay. Yes, it's 7.7, excuse me. 7.69 to be exact.
0.69. You also talked about a sub-anesthetic dose. What was the range of that?
So the sub-anesthetic dose is what's being defined for the pre-hospital administration of ketamine as defined by the American Academy of Emergency Physicians.
And what is that number?
So normally they want to keep it between 4 to 5 milligrams per kilogram.
I could put SD for sub-anesthetic dose?
Yeah.
SD. Based on your review of the records and your training and experience, should Elijah McClain have gotten a anesthetic dose?
No.
And why do you say that?
The protocols are designed so that people don't move into a state of.
Judge, I'm going to
Sorry.
object. It's outside the scope of his expertise. He's talking about the protocols and what they're designed is.
Well, I'm not sure whether he's talking about FDA protocols or specific protocols. So rephrase.
Yes, sir. Based on the FDA protocols, is a person supposed to receive 7.69 outside of a hospital setting?
So I need to clarify. So the use of, and I'd have to just expand about it a little bit if I could. So ketamine's not FDA approved for a sub-anesthetic dose. It's only FDA approved for general anesthesia. Okay, that's not uncommon for medications. 20% of the medications we administer are off-label, but when we do things off-label, they don't have as much research. The research that's coming from for the pre-hospital administration of ketamine relates to the American College of Emergency Physicians, and they advise giving 4 to 5 milligrams per kilogram. And the number they state is based to keep the incidence of adverse effects, such as respiratory depression, low.
So at 7.69, is there going to be adverse effects for respiratory depression?
There's higher risk for that, yes.
High risk. How high?
Higher risk.
Higher risk.
Mhm.
Now, at the time, right before Mr. McClain was given the administration of ketamine by Mr. Cooper, did you see Mr. McClain suffering from any kind of aggressive action?
No, I did not, no.
Did you see Mr. McClain exhibiting any shouting?
No,
Could you tell from your examination of the body-worn camera if he was sweaty?
I could not tell, no.
Could you tell whether or not he was overly hot or suffering from hypothermia?
I couldn't tell, no.
Could you tell at that point whether or not he was suffering from superhuman strength?
No, I didn't see that, no.
And what about paranoia? Could you tell from your examination of the body-worn camera whether or not Mr. McClain was exhibiting signs of paranoia?
I can't determine based off of the body-worn cameras if he was exhibiting signs of paranoia.
And going to this chart, in your experience and opinion, did administering a higher than standard dose increase the already significant risk of respiratory depression that Mr. McClain was experiencing at the time that he was given? the
Uh,
ketamine?
Yes, it did.
And if there's a significant risk of respiratory depression, can that lead to respiratory arrest?
Yes,
Did this high dose contribute to the speed and depth of Mr. McClain's sedation?
yes.
Judge, I'm
Objection, Your Honor, that's expressly outside of this court's limitation on.
I think the term was depth, DEPTH.
That's
Correct. That's what I said.
Okay, and I think we're clear now.
Sorry.
No, sorry, depth. So I'll just ask it again. Did this high dose contribute to the speed and depth of Mr. McClain's sedation?
So I'd have to clarify. It's a two-part question. Yes, it likely will contribute to potential onset speed, but we talked about the ceiling effect with anesthesia. So it's an on and off effect with the dissociative anesthetic ketamine.
How about the effect towards respiratory arrest? Respiratory depression.
Yeah, so there's a weak correlation between dose and respiratory depression with ketamine. Mhm. And yeah, the dose can influence the respiratory depression.
From a medical point of view, if Mr. McClain is experiencing respiratory depression on the pram, could that lead to serious consequences, health consequences for him?
Certainly. If you're already in a state of hypoxia, it's going to further that hypoxia. If you're in a state of metabolic acidosis, you're going to get to a place of acidemia, and that's going to cause potential cardiac arrhythmias and also will potentiate the risk for anoxic brain injury.
And is this what happened to Mr. McClain?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is outside the scope. This is going to cause death.
Join.
Well, it wasn't.
I'm asking about his injuries, Judge.
I'll allow it.
So my question to you, Dr. Robinson, was, can the conditions, no, I can't even remember my question. Just give me a minute. Court reporter, give me my last question, please.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to it on speculation now.
If you can answer, Dr. Robinson, I don't want you to speculate.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm clear as to what I'm answering.
Due to the respiratory depression that Mr. McClain is experiencing on the pram, could that lead to serious health consequences?
Yes.
How so?
Judge, I'm going to object because of speculation on his part.
Overruled.
That means you can answer.
So if he starts having respiratory depression in the state of already having hypoxia, metabolic acidosis, then he's at further risk for one, acidemia, which will cause potential cell imbalance, and that in particular can impact the heart cells as well as the neural cells of his brain. In addition to that, he can have a lower oxygenation in a setting where he's already had low oxygen to his brain. You can also have low oxygen to the heart, which can cause ischemia and infarction, which is low oxygen to the heart cells or killing of the heart cells.
Are those serious injuries for any patient?
Yes, they're life-threatening.
Now, we're back to Mr. McClain being on the stretcher. Did you see an assessment done by the paramedics at that time?
I did not see an assessment, no.
Did you see them use any type of medical equipment in order to determine Mr. McClain's vital signs?
No, I did not observe that.
If we were going to develop a timeline between the time the paramedics gave Elijah McClain ketamine and the time that he has no respirations and then no pulse, what would that timeline look like?
Well, the body-worn cameras are kind of out of sync. But it appears, looking at the cameras, that he received the ketamine at approximately, it's like 11:01. And then there's report of him being apneic at approximately 11, I believe, 07.
And I'm sorry, Dr. Robertson, what's the apneic?
I'm sorry, he's not breathing.
And what
So
was that time?
I believe it's 11:07 is when the time is. So there appears to be 6 minutes that goes by.
Dr. Robertson, when a person does not have access to oxygen, what will result to the body?
So without oxygen in 3 to 5 minutes, you can have neuronal cell death or brain death.
So this would be within the timeline of the 6 minutes that Mr. McClain was experiencing brain death.
Yes.
Now, we've heard three terms in this trial. We've heard anesthetic dose, sub-anesthetic dose, and a therapeutic dose. What is the relationship between those three terms?
So anesthetic doses, we're really talking about general anesthesia, which was the original FDA approval for the medication, so that we could provide general anesthesia for surgery. The sub-anesthetic dose is below that so that we can do sedation for procedures for kids or in other environments. It's intended to make sure that we don't have an airway compromise and that you don't need to have an anesthesiologist involved. With regards to the therapeutic dose, so that's really coming from looking at the amount of the ketamine in the blood. And so we can determine, and it has been determined that after you administer ketamine, did you have enough of it to cause general anesthesia? And that's a therapeutic dose for general anesthesia. And it's based off of the IV administration of ketamine.
So in this case, did you look at the medical records to determine when Mr. McClain's blood was actually taken from him when he was in the ER?
Yes. It appears that the blood was taken at 11:37, which is approximately, I think, like 36 minutes after the administration of the ketamine. And the value was 1.4 milligrams per liter.
So what significance does that 1.5 number mean as far as how much ketamine Mr. McClain actually got?
So it was 1.4 to the best of my knowledge. But what it means is that the range, when we're looking from sending the blood out to the lab, it's demonstrated that when someone receives IV anesthesia at 2.5 milligrams per kilogram, that typically is going to be around 0.5. In other words, we would expect if he received IV anesthesia for it to be 0.5. Instead, it's 3 times that amount.
What does that mean for in this case, when he got it in his muscle? What's the translation from what you know for IV to IM?
That it's a high dose, that normally he's in a state where general anesthetic was conducted in a pre-hospital environment.
So the term therapeutic dose, does it really relate to this case and how ketamine affected Mr. McClain?
It does and it doesn't. So it does demonstrate that there's a high dose of ketamine, which is beyond the sub-anesthetic dose, and that he was overdosed based off of, according to that range of 5 milligrams per kilogram.
So therapeutic in this sense of the word does not mean good.
No, it means that you've entered into the realm of general anesthesia.
I'd like to ask you a question about whether or not, in your review of the record, did you come to an opinion that Mr. McClain had an allergic reaction to the ketamine?
Yes, I came to opinion that he did not have an allergic reaction. With an allergic reaction, normally you're going to see hives, you're going to see swelling, you'll see edema. Typically, you'll see some airway compromise, and they did a good job looking in the airways. There's no reports of throat swelling. We can pull labs and see eosinophilia. That's not demonstrated, nor is it documented in the autopsy report.
Did you examine in this case whether or not Mr. McClain somehow had a unique reaction to ketamine?
He didn't. He did not have a unique reaction to ketamine.
There's a term called an idiosyncratic reaction. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
Yeah. So an idiosyncratic reaction typically is going to revolve around with regards to new medications that are being on the market. Ketamine's been on the market for 53 years. And so we kind of know its effect. Idiosyncratic reactions are rare effects that we can't explain through the pharmacology and physiology that sometimes occur. So for instance, sometimes you're going to see an allergic reaction to a medication we've never seen before. Normally you'll have liver toxicity. It's normally going to occur in a medication that's new to market and hasn't been fully tested on a general population. And then it gets picked up by the FDA, and then sometimes there's black warnings about it. In this particular circumstance, respiratory depression is something that's quite common. In fact, it's something that's really highlighted as a precaution and warning by the package insert and the Food and Drug Administration.
So did you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty this did not happen to Mr. McClain?
Yes, he did not have an idiosyncratic reaction.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And lastly, Dr. Robertson, were the injuries that you observed on Mr. McClain based on the medical records and the coroner record, is that predictable based on the high dose that he received from the paramedics?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because it demonstrates, first, with regards to the labs, it demonstrates that we're at a level that was beyond where we should have been with regards to the paper set forth by the American Academy and the 5 milligrams per kilogram.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Can I have folks step up real quick?
Dr. Robertson, when you gave your opinion about the injuries to Mr. McClain, was that opinion related to your medical experience?
Yes.
It's not a legal opinion, is that correct?
No.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Robinson, according to the package insert for ketamine, it has a wide margin of safety. Is that true?
I wouldn't consider it a wide margin of safety.
But
No.
according to the package insert for ketamine, that's what it indicates, correct?
You would have to show me the statement in the package insert where it states that. I
Okay.
don't recall seeing that.
Okay. Are you aware that according to the package insert, there have been overdoses of 10 times that have not resulted in fatalities? Is that right? Judge, it is relevant to what ketamine does and what it causes.
Well, if you can refer to a specific publication that the witness finds to be authoritative in this area of expertise, you can ask that.
All right.
So the objection is sustained.
Dr. Robinson, you have previously testified back in July of 2021. Is that right?
Yes, I gave a sworn testimony.
And during that time, you referred oftentimes in your testimony to the package insert for ketamine. Is that true?
Oh, yes, I do discuss that.
And you relied on that in your testimony at that time. Is that correct?
That's one of the pieces of research that I utilize, yes.
Okay. And you are aware that there have been overdoses of up to 10 times the amount that was supposed to be given that have not resulted in fatalities, correct?
Response.
This goes directly to his testimony of an overdose of ketamine.
Well, you're questioning about the insert. So if it says something about that on the insert, you can ask him that.
Okay. Are you aware of that, Dr. Robinson?
I'd have to see it again.
Okay.
I'd have to.
Are you aware in the literature or in your knowledge that there have been overdoses of up to 10 times? That
Sustain.
Okay. You were contacted by the Attorney General's office in March of 2021, is that right?
Yes, I believe it was in March.
At that time, before you started looking into the case, you already knew some of the details of what had occurred. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay. Weren't you made aware before you started investigating the case that Elijah McClain was a young African-American man who had died in police custody?
That wasn't made aware to me before the case, but I did hear of that in the media, yes.
Okay. In the initial meeting where the Attorney General's office contacted you?
No.
Okay. When you were investigating the case, when you were looking into it, you did so with the benefit of both hindsight and the knowledge that Elijah McClain had passed away. Is that correct?
No.
You did not know that?
I didn't connect this case with that particular circumstance. That was in the media. I was aware there was a death in police custody in this area, but I didn't know it was Elijah McClain or related to this particular case.
Okay. Did you know, without knowing his name, did you know the age of the person?
No.
Okay. You sent numerous articles fairly recently, I think in November, to the Attorney General's office. Is that right, regarding ketamine?
Yes, I sent several articles.
One of them is an article, the lead author is a Stephen Green. It's called Clinical Practice Guideline for Emergency Department Ketamine Dissociative Sedation 2011 Update. You're familiar with that article?
Dr. Green has several articles. I'm familiar with looking at his articles, but I don't know each of them particularly. They're all maybe at least 10 pages in length. So I'm not familiar just based off of the title, but I know what you're referring to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's one of the articles that you actually sent to the Attorney General's office, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in Dr. Green's article, he or they, the authors, say that once a dosing threshold is reached, additional ketamine does not enhance or deepen sedation as would be the case with opioids or sedative hypnotics, correct?
Yes.
And you agree with that?
Yes, that's what we stated earlier, is that there's some people have described it as a ceiling effect, but there's not a dose-dependent effect with regards to the dissociative anesthetic properties of the medication.
So when you were asked about a deeper sedation, one of the benefits of ketamine is it doesn't cause patients to go into this deeper sedation. Is that fair to say?
It can cause patients to go into a general anesthetic level of, so when I have to clarify it because it's a little complex. May I do so?
Well, let's see if I can get through this with you. The ceiling effect you've testified about is you give somebody ketamine, they either are sedated or they're not. I think you referred to it as off or on.
For ketamine, I'm referring to the disassociation and the anesthetic properties of it. That's correct.
Okay.
But there is still the chance that you can give ketamine and the patients can receive the pain relieving properties of it and not get into the dissociative anesthetic properties of it. And that's been demonstrated at very low doses. And so that's why I want to be careful, because the ketamine, for instance, if with that assumption, ketamine is given for treatment of refractory depression. We don't achieve the dissociative anesthetic properties of ketamine to have that treatment or infusion, or ketamine can be used in complex regional pain syndrome. We don't get into the sedative dosaging of that medication. But once you hit that dissociative anesthetic effect, it's all there. It's either all or off. It's not going to be one or the other. And increasing it is not going to further cause the patients to disassociate.
Okay. And as you testified, ketamine also is an analgesic. It relieves pain.
Yeah, that's the unique property as an anesthetic. It can hit the opiate receptor and alleviate some discomfort.
Okay. And in Dr. Green's article that I referred you to, the authors say that the quantity of ketamine administered has no clinically important effect on airway integrity and respiration, correct?
I'd have to see where that's stated in his article. Do you know which year that article is?
It says 2011 update, so I would believe that was from 2011.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to see the statement in which it's stated in that particular article.
Okay, you would disagree with that statement?
The statement is again?
The quantity of ketamine administered has no clinically important effect on airway integrity and respiration?
Dr. Green actually states that ketamine is actually weakly associated with respiratory depression. And
Is what?
is weakly associated with respiratory depression.
Okay, and I think you testified during direct, there's a weak correlation between dosage and respiratory depression. Is
Yeah.
that what is, did I understand you right?
Yes, you did understand me correctly.
Okay.
Mhm.
Dr. Green and the other authors of that article also indicate ketamine-related airway and respiratory adverse effects are rare. Is that true?
It depends on the context in which it's stated or administered. But the thoughts, and this is why I would need to clarify, when we're dealing with propofol, etomidate, thiopental, we all know that there's a dose-dependent relationship to the medication and respiratory depression. That's demonstrated. With ketamine, it's more on the extremes. Dr. Green goes on to state that the administration of ketamine given IV rapidly will cause respiratory depression. He's also demonstrating it to occur in patients who are older. The weakness within Dr. Green's study is that they're all kids, and the average age of those patients are 5. That's a different population that we're dealing with when we're dealing with the decedent.
You sent a second article to the Attorney General at the same time you sent the Green article called Predictors of Airway and Respiratory Adverse Effects with Ketamine Sedation in the Emergency Department, an individual patient data meta-analysis of 8,282 children.
Yeah.
That's the article regarding children, correct? That you sent them?
Yeah, that's it's an analysis, it's a retrospective level 4 data that they were analyzing.
Okay. The green article I was referring you to, the 2011 update, was not specifically limited to children, was it?
It's based off of that meta-analysis. So when you look at his update, he's giving guidelines that are based off his prior research on kids.
And Dr. Green, in the 2011 update, writes about how historically clinicians use 7 to 15 milligrams per kilogram IM, and a systemic review showed no difference in adverse event profiles.
Yeah, so I looked to find where he made that statement, and that's actually why you have the original articles, because, and I think in that statement, he's referring to anesthesiologists. There's a statement he says that the anesthesiologists have been giving this at dosages of 7.5, or I think he said up to 11.
Up to 15.
Up to 15, yes. So those are different circumstances. So
That would be a dose 3 times. 15 would be a dose 3 times what Elijah McClain received, right?
given by anesthesiologists in the hospital.
Well, my question was 15 milligrams per kilogram would be a dose 3 times what Elijah McClain received. Is that right? 5 times 3 is 15?
Yes, that's the math on it. Mhm.
Okay. Generally speaking, this is a totally general layperson question, Dr. Robbins. There are less concerns with the dosage if it's intramuscular as opposed to intravenous. Is that true?
Not necessarily.
Okay. When you're working in a hospital, you have one physician, one doctor, oftentimes it's probably you, just to monitor somebody's airway. Is that right?
In a hospital, it may depend. So, in a hospital, you may actually have residents, you may have other people involved in the care, you have nurse anesthetists. So the fortunate thing, but at the same token, there are circumstances where you're by yourself in a hospital. So if I were in the hospital on call, I'm the only anesthesiologist. And whenever they call me to the ICU, I have to do all the intubations on my own. If they have a case coming through helicopter, I got to do that case.
Okay. In your practice, you do not treat people for excited delirium. Is that right?
I've treated patients for excited delirium, yes.
And when was that?
When I was an emergency medical technician and when I was a psychiatrist.
Okay.
Or my psychiatric internship, and then in my internship at Maryland.
So in the last 20 years or so, you have not treated any patients for excited delirium.
Approximately 20 years, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. And in your practice over the last 20 years or so, you don't treat anybody who has just been in a struggle and is still being restrained by police. Is that true?
That's true, yes.
So obviously, you've never administered ketamine to somebody who's just been in a struggle and is still being restrained by police, correct?
Not in the last 20 years, no.
When you were practicing as an EMT 30 years ago, they weren't using ketamine, were they?
I'm not sure. We weren't using it at Hampton Fire and Rescue now.
Okay. So you had no experience as an EMT administering ketamine either, correct?
Not at that time, no.
And we've gone over, you're not certified in emergency medical services care, correct?
Well,
Not board certified in that?
when you say emergency medical care,
Emergency medical services is a subspecialty that you can be board certified for, correct?
yeah, so that's what I would like to clarify. So I'm an anesthesiologist, and anesthesiologists we are critical care specialists. That in actuality, our department is anesthesia and critical care. And we deal with emergency medical services all the time, especially in the ambulatory surgical center or in the office. If we have to get someone to the hospital because they had a bad outcome from surgery, yeah, but I'm not board certified in emergency medicine. No,
Okay. And you are not now and never have been a paramedic, correct?
I'm not a paramedic in that happened. No.
Okay. Most of what you base your opinions on in this case come from watching body-worn cameras. Is that fair to say?
Most of my opinions are based off the facts and evidence of the case.
Okay. And much of that revolves around your review of body-worn cameras.
Some of it is revolving around the cameras, yes.
You basically formed an opinion of Elijah McClain's condition from viewing and listening to body-worn cameras, correct?
Not fully.
Okay.
So I also had access to the medical records, the patient care reports, the pictures. I was able to look at protocols. I was able to draw upon research and start looking for their primary sources for where excited delirium derived from and what the national consensus is based off of that physician white paper.
You've testified that it's your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Mr. McClain was hypoxic. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And he was hypoxic, in your opinion, even before fire arrived on scene.
I'd have to see the statement in which I stated it, but I didn't have the respiratory rate at that time, but I believe that he probably was suffering from cerebral hypoxia. That's what I did probably state in my sworn testimony, that I just want to make sure I'm stating it properly. So there's no question that he has cerebral hypoxia. There's no doubt, because to lose consciousness after a carotid hole, the whole intention is to reduce the blood flow to the brain. And then you reduce the oxygen, and then the patient passes out. So there's no question that he had cerebral hypoxia. Now, whether he has hypoxemia, whether there's low oxygen in his body or not, is starting to occur as the struggle is ensuing. But to answer your question, yes, I guess it was prior, because a lot of the struggle was prior to them arrival. There was still a little bit after that.
Okay. And so you based that opinion on your review of both the video and the audio of the body-worn cameras, correct? Before fire got there, that Mr. McClain was demonstrating signs of hypoxia.
Yes, a lot of it was based off of that.
You also formed an opinion that Mr. McClain was suffering from metabolic acidosis, even prior to fire arriving on the scene, correct?
Prior and during. The struggle is where the lactic acidosis is coming from.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you're referring to the struggle with police in specifically, correct?
With police and as well as with the when they arrive, there still is this struggle that they're observing and documenting in the patient care report. So I still see some of that transpiring while the EMTs are present, or excuse me, the paramedics are present.
You see police continuing to restrain Mr. McClain, in other words, correct?
Yeah.
You see Mr. McClain struggling against the officers and them physically restraining him, correct?
Yes.
There's even a place on the body cams where you see one of the officers kind of pick Mr. McClain up and slam him to the ground, correct?
I do see some a lot of force, but I do see there was a component of that, but it's not well visualized. But I think I know what you're referring to. Yes.
Okay. And you see them using a twist lock or a wrist lock on him, putting his arm behind his back and twisting his hand.
Yes, I see some maneuvers. I don't know the law enforcement terms, but I do see some holding of his wrist.
Okay. It's also your opinion that Mr. McClain aspirated prior to being given ketamine. Is that right?
I'd have to see where that's stated.
Well, is that your opinion that Mr. McClain aspirated prior to being given ketamine?
Do you have that in my sworn testimony?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, so So I lack some information to say if he aspirated prior, because obviously there's no auscultation or listening to the lungs fields to determine if he has clear breath sounds or not. And certainly there's, he throws up prior to them arriving. So the question becomes hard to answer. Certainly there is a place and time where he does aspirate. If I had to suspect when he aspirated, I believe it's on the induction of the general anesthesia.
Okay. Regarding you basically diagnosed Mr. McClain as having hypoxia and metabolic acidosis at the scene. Those are basically, your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty are akin to diagnoses of him. Is that fair to say?
I'm looking at the signs that we have available and the symptoms that he's demonstrating to come up with the diagnosis, but I don't have the full data. So for instance, the metabolic acidosis, one can't make that diagnosis unless you have arterial blood gas, and we don't have the luxury. But what we do know is commonplace for after high physical exertion for you to have a lactic acid buildup for certain, and that typically will lead to metabolic acidosis. And that typically is reflected through a respiratory rate that's very fast. That's what is observed with Elijah McClain. And the same thing with the hypoxia. It's very clear that at the bare minimum, if you lose consciousness due to a carotid hole, you're going to have a cerebral hypoxia. If you're breathing very rapidly, you likely have hypoxemia.
Okay. So Dr. Robinson, you were able to assess Mr. McClain's condition by watching videotape of him and never actually laying eyes on him in life. Is that true?
I've never personally met Elijah McClain. No, I've
Right.
never seen him in life. No.
So your assessments of him and his condition at the scene are based upon you seeing him on videotape, correct?
Not just of the body worn camera, but also of the shell video as well. So those are part of what I use to make my decision. It's not the full evidence or facts that I use to render my opinion. No.
Okay. Fair enough. And you made that the determination. You watched the shell video, you watched the body worn camera. You never actually physically touched Mr. McClain, right?
No, sir.
You never took his vital signs, correct?
No, sir.
You can tell from watching the video when Mr. McClain, the body worn camera video, when Mr. McClain is breathing. Is that fair to say?
I can look at the body worn camera and I have different snapshots of his breathing.
And in fact, you were able to assess that his breathing rate was very fast. Tell me the term again, tachypnic?
Tachypnea, yes.
You determined he was tachypnic from watching how fast he was breathing on video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you determined after he was given ketamine that his breathing rate was down to about 12 breaths per minute. Is that true?
Yes, when they moved him onto the stretcher, he has a slower breathing rate.
And so he was, I think you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, normal for all of us is about 12 breaths per minute.
Mm-hmm.
So that's yes?
Yes.
So he had basically come down to a normal breathing pattern.
Well, in his circumstance, it's not normal because he needs that respiratory rate in order to receive oxygen. He needs that respiratory rate to remove CO2. And so in a metabolic acidotic state, his breathing rate of being fast is actually normal for him. Just for instance, if you were to run 800 meters and then you stopped and say, okay, well, I don't want you to breathe at 40 breaths per minute. Why don't you breathe at 10? All of a sudden, you're going to start feeling lightheaded because you're not getting enough oxygen in. And so that's his circumstance.
The purpose of ketamine, of giving ketamine, would you agree, is at least in part to calm a patient down?
The purpose of giving ketamine is to prevent patients from being a harm to themselves or to others.
And that works in part by calming a patient down, correct?
Yes, it allows them to not use as much physical exertion so that they will not build up lactic acid, which will lead to metabolic acidosis, which potentially could lead to cardiac arrhythmia and death.
And the reason ketamine is given, beyond the fact that it provides some pain relief, as you've testified to, is to try to reduce somebody's movements and stop that process of metabolic acidosis, right?
It's to remove the movement if they're at harm's way for themselves or for others.
So basically, what I hear you saying, it's given to prevent a patient from being a danger to themselves or others by slowing them down.
It's to slow and prevent the physical exertion, which is causing a lactic acid buildup. So if a patient, and there's been videos that have looked at that, is running around and they can't be controlled and they're about to harm themselves or others, then that's when you would administer the ketamine so that they would stop moving. It's different if they're already restrained and on their side and no longer moving.
You testified about a paradoxical effect of ketamine. That's not something that has been peer reviewed, has it?
Oh yeah, that's been peer reviewed and it's documented, and I believe it's in the FDA package insert.
All right, you don't refer to that in your report anywhere, do you? The paradoxical effect of ketamine?
I do.
You?
Yeah, I discussed so some of the terms are medical, but I try to break it down a little bit, so because it becomes a little complex. So we start talking about adrenaline, and I talk about it in the form of catecholamines. And what I'm stating is that he's catecholamine depleted, and he has that appearance, meaning he's used up all of his adrenaline because he's on the ground. Originally, if you look at the video, by the time EMS arrives, he's still moving around. He's actually responding to verbal commands. They ask him questions. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to move that way. You can see that occurring. So he's awake. Before the administration of ketamine, he's actually asleep. Or not asleep, but he's sedate because he's moving. He's not even moving around that much. And when they stimulate him, he doesn't move. So that tells me that in all likelihood, he's exhausted, that in all likelihood, his adrenaline is probably gone. And in that circumstance, and this is why there's precaution around ketamine, is that ketamine typically is going to raise your blood pressure, raise your heart rate, maintain your respiratory rate. That's what's expected. But when you drop your adrenaline down, then all of a sudden it's going to drop your blood pressure, drop your heart rate, and you have to be prepared for that.
Excited delirium is often in cases of excited delirium, you see metabolic acidosis. Is that right?
Not necessarily. So the premise or the reason why we're actually administering ketamine, it's all theorized that the excited delirium, the reason why so what was happening with excited delirium, a lot of people were having cocaine toxicity in Florida, and then they were running around and they would just all of a sudden die. It was because of all this extra physical exertion, the development, and then it was theorized that we can't really examine this that well. We don't have good studies, but it was theorized that it was the metabolic acidosis that was causing that. And that if you can get someone to stop moving around when they're in this cocaine toxic state, then maybe you could save a life.
And somebody with metabolic acidosis, you would expect them to be breathing rapidly, correct? To take in oxygen and get rid of carbon dioxide, as you've testified to.
Yes.
Okay. And so it was expected ketamine would be given to some people who already have metabolic acidosis, because that may be a condition of excited delirium, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know how many hours, Dr. Robinson, you've spent watching body-worn camera video?
More than I'd like.
I understand that.
I don't know. I have the hours that I've invoiced the Attorney General, but I don't know. I know that there's 120 minutes of video, and I may have looked at the videos at least 3 times or more.
All right. You indicated
you've invoiced hours. Do you know how many hours you've invoiced?
Yeah, I recently invoiced 46 hours. I think between September and December. And I think I invoiced, I want to say maybe 26 hours back in July of 2021.
Okay. And was there an additional invoice that you did in addition to those two?
There may have been a third. There may have been a third.
June of 2023?
Yeah, the June of 2023. Yeah, I think that was, yes, that there was one from June of 2023.
So you're getting close to 100 hours.
Yeah, I haven't calculated all the hours, but if you have it there, that's probably where I'm at.
And usually billing at the rate of $550 an hour, is that correct?
Yeah, that's the fair market value, I think, for attorneys. And
For attorneys?
well, the attorney, if I have to give when I give
Fair enough. All right. So my math, 100 hours at 550 would be 55,000.
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you've had numerous meetings with the Attorney General's office, a number of them virtually, correct?
Yes.
Numbers of emails back and forth between you?
Yes, sir.
Any idea how many hours you've spent meeting or talking to people with the Attorney General's office in this case?
I don't have the exact number. I just have my most recent calculation. So I guess it may be no, I don't know offhand. I think we've met 5 times between September and December. I know that there was a meeting in April, in-person meeting in April of 2022.
Okay. And you recently, December 1st of this year, had an email exchange with a person named, well, she's right here, Ann Joyce. And you said in your email, you're uncertain whether they want to have a conference or an email, and said, I know to be careful with what I write to you, correct?
Yes.
So you're being careful what you put in writing.
Well, I know that I have to make sure that whatever we discuss is going to get relayed. So I don't know how to always communicate because there's some legal standards that I'm not as familiar with.
Okay. You were asked about the amount of time between ketamine administration and the documentation that Mr. McClain was not breathing. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Are you aware, Dr. Robinson, that there has been testimony that Mr. McClain was breathing effectively until he was placed in the ambulance?
Yeah, I'd have to see where that's stated.
Okay. Knowing that, would that change your opinion at all?
Yeah, it would not, no.
Okay. Would you agree with me, there's no body-worn camera footage to review of Mr. McClain being wheeled from where he was lying on the ground to the ambulance?
So when he's already on the stretcher going to the ambulance,
Correct.
you can see, there's no direct observation, but you can see his back on some of the body-worn cameras. I think maybe Rachel Nunez's camera observes that.
Right. You can't, at that point, you can't see his chest, for instance, correct?
You can see his chest as soon as he gets on the stretcher, and you can see and observe that there's accessory muscles, which is deeply concerning and represents obstruction.
Well, what I'm asking you about is once he starts being wheeled to the ambulance, you can no longer see his mouth, his face, or his chest.
Yes, because I think at that time, the officers are still at the scene of where he got on the stretcher, and then the videos don't take over until he gets into the ambulance.
Because the paramedics, to your understanding, aren't wearing body-worn cameras, right?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
So there would be no video of what Mr. McClain was doing from where the officer's video stops until he's in the ambulance, right?
That's correct.
When you were watching the body worn cameras, do you have the ability to fast forward and rewind as you watch it?
Yes,
Do you have the ability to do slow motion or still frame?
I do.
Do you wear headphones so that you can pick up sounds that might not be discernible without them?
Yeah, occasionally when I first started, I was using headphones, yes.
And from the amount of time that you've testified you've spent watching these, it sounds like you've kind of picked them apart. Is that fair to say?
The sequence in which I had the videos was a little bit different. So I think originally I had just all the different videos that I had to kind of put together and try to see all the pieces of the puzzle.
Right. In part of your review of various things in this case, I don't know if you've mentioned this, you reviewed the expert report of Dr. Buther, is that right?
Yes, I think,
I'm just asking if you've reviewed it, Doctor.
yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the report of Dr. Sina, correct? The pathologist who
Yes,
did the
sir. Mhm.
autopsy?
Mhm.
Okay. And you have reviewed the report of Dr. Mitchell. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay. You are aware, Dr. Robinson, in the second article I referred you to regarding adults and children. You know the article I'm talking about. It ends with 8,282 children. I'd like to not repeat the entire title. It's really long.
Can you tell me the year?
Yeah. February 2009.
Okay, I'm somewhat familiar with it. I'd have to, he has 3 or 4 articles
Okay.
that I referenced.
And that you sent, these are the ones I referred you to before that you sent to the Attorney General's office.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I just don't know exactly which one you're referring to.
Okay, so it's from, I'll read the title again, February 2009, Predictors of Airway and Respiratory Adverse Effects with Ketamine Sedation in the Emergency Department, an individual patient data meta-analysis of 8,282 children.
Yeah,
That's the one I'm.
yeah, that's the one I was referring to, is mainly children,
Yeah,
kids.
right,
Yeah.
okay. And in that article, the authors refer to the fact that because of its simplicity and efficacy, ketamine is of great value in battlefield or disaster situations in which the lack of facilities and time disallow the use of general anesthetics.
Yeah, and I think that statement's coming out of the history of ketamine and it being utilized in developing nations that lack resources. And so you can use that medication in that environment.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a major earthquake in Haiti, the country of Haiti, in 2010, and ketamine was used to treat patients there?
Response.
It's going to his expertise in ketamine, Your Honor.
I'll allow brief inquiry into that.
Are you aware of that? Patients dragged from rubble in an earthquake and had to be amputated, ketamine was used on that. Are you aware of that?
Sustain.
Okay. Are you aware of the 12 children who were stuck in a cave in Thailand and had to be rescued? This goes to his expertise on ketamine.
Sustain.
Are you aware of situations that enforce what the authors said about ketamine being of great value in other situations?
Response.
Judge, it goes to the effects of ketamine and the safety of ketamine, at which he's testified on.
I'll overrule the objection as to that specific question.
Are you aware of that situation where 12 school-age kids and their coach?
Sustain.
I was trying to ask the same question.
All right, well, you phrased it differently, so this one is sustained.
Okay.
Are you aware of a situation where some children and their coach were in a cave in Thailand and ketamine was used to affect?
Sustained.
One of the articles that you submitted to the Attorney General's office discussed a study of ketamine in the Pacific Islands. Is that right? The use of ketamine? You recall that?
I don't recall it. I recall the articles, but I don't recall that discussion in the article.
Okay.
But I vaguely remember in the article, actually, in thinking about it, I do remember some discussion about the history of ketamine. So I think the author is trying to demonstrate that in developing nations, that ketamine sometimes is utilized because they may not have certain resources.
Okay. And the reason it was brought up is emphasizing the safety margin of ketamine. Isn't that true?
I'm not certain as to the actual I don't know what the reason why he brought it up. I know that there's a discussion about it.
Okay. You're aware that Dr. Sina has stated in his second autopsy report that Mr. McClain did have an idiosyncratic reaction to ketamine. Is that right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You disagree with that, correct?
By the definition of idiosyncratic reaction,
Okay.
so
And
that's being an unexpected reaction, whereas this has, in the FDA has right in the highlights, take these precautions, and it's a precaution and warning about respiratory depression and effects.
you're aware that Dr. Sina's opinion is this is not a fatal dose of ketamine, correct?
I'd have to see how that's stated.
Okay. Are you aware Dr. Sina's opinion is that this is a therapeutic dose? You know that, correct?
This is a general anesthetic dose of ketamine. I think that's the reference he's referring to.
Okay.
With regards to that 1.4 milligrams per liter. So
Correct.
he's saying that the decedent had general anesthesia in a pre-hospital environment.
So let's look at that 1.4 milligrams per liter.
Mhm.
That's the concentration of ketamine in Mr. McClain's blood at the hospital, correct?
To be specific, it's like 36 minutes after the ketamine is administered and is pulled from at the hospital.
And 1.4 milligrams per kilogram, per liter of blood is between a range of 1 and 6. That is a therapeutic dose. That's according to Dr. Sina, correct?
Yes. Okay.
And I'm laying a foundation for that very question, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow the questions and answers, but we need to get to it.
Brian, and you disagree with Dr. Sina on that, correct?
No, I don't have a disagreement with Dr. Sina on that. I think it's how the terms therapeutic are being utilized, and it's misleading because it doesn't really reveal exactly where that therapeutic value came from. So first, it came from Basalt, which was a study text that was the 8th edition from 1999. And so it's a very old study, very old text. And in that text, when they did that research, they were looking at IV administration of ketamine at 2.5 milligrams per kilogram, not IM, IV. And they found that those individuals would go on to have ranges at around 1 milligram per liter. If you're giving IM at the subanesthetic dose, it should never reach 1.4, ever.
So the blood concentration of a drug in somebody's body is a more valuable tool to see how that's affecting them than the actual dose. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I would agree with that. No, not necessarily.
So if Dr. Sina testified to that, you would disagree with that as well? I'm just.
All right, I'm going to allow the question whether he disagrees or not, whether the witness is credible.
Yeah, because the question, it has some context, right? So what we're saying is, we're talking about the withdrawal of blood at the time of in the emergency room, and then seeing what that level is in regards to ketamine. What it fails to take into account is distribution. And so what you have in your blood may not actually be what's in your brain. It may not be what's actually in your heart. It may not be actually what's in your lungs. So we don't use blood concentrations in anesthesia to determine the effectiveness of anesthesia. That's not normally done.
But a blood concentration will show you, at least to some extent, how quickly this person's individual body is processing the medication, right?
Or how much, it shows you how much is in the bloodstream.
Right.
Yeah.
Because different individuals process ketamine differently. Is that fair to say?
Ketamine typically is going to go through the liver, so there may be some individual variations.
Right.
Mhm.
And if a certain dose is given, it's really kind of unpredictable how fast somebody is going to, layman term, get rid of that medication. Is that fair to say?
We have pretty good predictors and looking at half-lives and studies. And that's why I moved back to the FDA, because we take the fact that there's a strong scientific rigor in which the medication has been analyzed for us to have understanding and have better predictions of how the medication will be eliminated.
Dr. Robinson, I believe you're aware, because you included it in your initial report, that you did a review of ketamine's use in Aurora EMS. Is that right? And that formed part of your initial report.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that of the 22 cases in which ketamine was administered, 50% received an overdose of ketamine. This is in his report, Your Honor.
Fine. Yeah, why don't you approach?
Dr. Robinson, what you referred to in your report, are you aware of the specific circumstances of each of those 22 patients who received ketamine?
I honestly can't recall. I know I did the report, and I just don't know the details of it. I do remember that there was a large percentage of individuals who,
Sustained, you can ask him about that.
Okay. So and if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, Doctor, I'm okay with that. Do you have that up there with you?
I don't, I'd need to see it.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor, just to refresh his recollection?
You may.
I'm going to show you the last page of your initial report, footnote D.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay. All right.
I know when I was up there standing right near you, I heard you say I remember, but I don't know what you referred
No,
to.
so
All right. Yeah, we need the foundation that I discussed.
All right. Me showing you that report, does that refresh your recollection as to what I'm inquiring about?
yeah, somewhat, yeah.
Okay.
it has.
Okay. And what I was asking you about is whether you learned the particular circumstances of the 22 patients who were given ketamine.
I didn't know.
Well, I'll allow that question.
The question is,
Whether you were aware of the particular circumstances of the 22 patients who were administered ketamine.
not the full circumstances. I just was made aware of I can't remember all the data that I had available.
Judge, I think he was in the
All
middle.
right. Well, I'll direct the witness just to answer the question.
You want
Yeah.
me to ask it again?
I'm not aware of the full circumstances.
Okay. Dr. Robinson, I just have a couple points of clarification. The only videos that are actually inside the ambulance relate to intubation. Is that right?
I'm not certain. I have to look at it. I do think there is some videos within the ambulance, but I think there's an intubation video as well. I think I saw like 3 or 4 of them. Or at least they're labeled from what I have on the evidence as ambulance.
Okay. And you testified on direct that you had done an earlier miscalculation on math.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
And so you revised your report basically because of that.
Yes.
You also revised your opinion because you believe at one point you heard Elijah McClain coughing and later determined that was somebody else. Is that right?
Yeah, so I fixated on looking for the respiratory rate, which was difficult because there's a lot of movement. And during that video, I could see the respiratory rate, and I started hearing coughing. And it wasn't until we circled back and we looked at Rachel Nunes's video that I could observe that it was, I think it was EMS, it was actually one of the officers were actually coughing.
Okay. And in your initial report, you gave an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that was based on Elijah McClain coughing, right?
It wasn't fully, coughing was one of the factors in determining and looking at some of the reasons for the hypoxia. Yes.
And when you talk about being careful what you put in writing, you realize the defense gets basically everything you put in writing, correct?
Well, yes, because I'm usually dealing with HIPAA, and so I'm concerned about confidentiality, and I don't know what I can transmit through email, so I sometimes have concerns about that.
Okay.
So that was my concern in transmitting the file of green articles.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. I'd like to have the jurors back at approximately 15 minutes after 1 o'clock. That'll give you 75 minutes essentially to do whatever you need to do over lunch. But whatever you do, don't form or express any opinions, discuss the case with anybody, do no independent research, and avoid any press coverage about this case or this kind of case. All right, the jurors have stepped out. The witness may step down. If you could please be back at around 1 o'clock. Anything from council before we take our break?
Not from Mr. Cooper.
We'll be in recess. 100, CR 26. The parties and counsel are present. So for Cichuniec may begin their cross-examination.
Good afternoon, doctor.
You know, sir,
Good. How are you?
pretty good. Good afternoon.
So despite the thickness of this file, I think I only have a few questions for you.
Okay.
In coming to you, the opinions that you came to in this case, a significant part of your review of the evidence constituted reviewing body-worn camera footage, right?
Yes.
And the body-worn camera footage that you reviewed covered the entire contact with law enforcement officers and Elijah McClain all the way through his transport to the hospital, correct?
It covered the initial encounter, definitely parts of when they're actually in their cruisers up until he's transported from the pram. And then it switches over to the footage in the ambulance. Yeah.
Right.
But I don't have the full transportation to the hospital.
But at least up to the transportation to the hospital.
Yes. Yes.
You reviewed body-worn camera footage that covered that entire contact of Elijah McClain and the police and Elijah McClain and AFR personnel.
Yes, sir.
You testified on direct that you recognized that the timestamps on those videos are out of sync.
Mhm.
And do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever make a determination as to how far out of sync they were in terms of time?
I didn't. No, I don't know how. There's several body-worn cameras. I can't remember how many. And their timestamps are all slightly different. I don't know which one correlates accurately to time.
And so you don't know which one accurately correlates to the GMT time that's listed in the corner, right?
Yes, correct.
And you don't know how far out of sync they are with each other.
No,
right?
I do not.
And you were never provided any information about how far out of sync they might be by the Attorney General's office, right?
No, I didn't receive that.
When was the last time that you administered ketamine in a clinical setting, doctor?
Probably within the last 3 months.
Is it something that occurs on a fairly regular basis or about once every 3 months?
Probably more frequent than that. It just depends on the needs. So the environment in which I'm administering in is typically with pain management, or we'll use it in the pre-hospital environment. But when I administered it last 3 months ago, it was in the pain management realm.
And when you administer ketamine, do you do it based on weight?
Yes, we do. Well, in that particular circumstance, it's a little different. So when we're administering it for anesthesia or the sedation dosages, yes, we'll use it based off of weight. But we also have different routes of administration for ketamine. So we can use it as a cream, we can use it as a compound, you can do it as an infusion for certain special pain conditions called complex regional pain syndrome.
And when you're administering ketamine based on weight, how do you determine the patient's weight prior to administration?
Well, you first have the patient's weight and height, and then they have the ability to get on a scale.
Okay, and so so there's scales in your sorry, you called them ambulatory surgical centers? Is that-
Or just office.
Okay.
Yeah, medical office.
Okay, in your office, and the patients are able to get on a scale. I would also expect that you may have patient records that indicate what their height and weight is, right?
Yes. Yeah, but we typically try to rely on the scales.
And you utilize that information to determine their weight prior to the administration of ketamine, right?
Yes, sir.
And the scales is part of the technology that you have in your hospital, in your office settings, right?
Under most circumstances, but not always.
Okay.
Mhm.
And You also have other technology to measure patients' heart rates, blood oxygen levels, things like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you can maintain those things on a consistent basis throughout whatever treatment or procedure you're providing to the patient, right?
Yes.
In a well-lit environment that's probably fairly modern, I would expect, right?
Yes.
In your review, going back to the body-worn cameras, in your review of the body-worn cameras, did you ever make an independent determination as to the length of time between the initial contact by the police with Mr. McClain and the arrival of AFR personnel on scene?
I did, yes.
Do you recall how long a time that was?
I would want to reference my, it's in my report.
But you don't remember right off the top of your head sitting here.
I can't tell you the specific time, no, not off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't have any further questions for you.
Redirect examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robertson.
Good afternoon.
Now, Mr. Pello asked you several questions about meeting with the AG's office. Do you remember those line of questions?
Yes.
And was it clear from your meetings with myself that I'm not a doctor?
Yes.
Did I have a lot of questions about what medical terms mean?
Yes.
And you knew when you responded to me via email that those emails would be all turned over to the defense.
Yes, I knew that.
And so before you sent the green studies, were you concerned about maybe privacy interests related to those studies?
Yeah.
I can rephrase.
Okay.
Did you have any concerns about sending those studies over email?
Yeah, I did. So I've always had concerns because I don't know. In medicine, where people pretty much know that we're concerned about HIPAA and patient privacy, and sometimes those rules and regulations change when someone's passed away. And so I don't always know if it's appropriate to communicate through email, if it's not secure. And so I don't know kind of what the guidance is to communicate with the Attorney General's office sometimes.
You were asked about, from Mr. Pello, the purpose of ketamine in this situation and whether or not it was to calm Mr. McClain down. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And at the time that ketamine was administered to Mr. McClain, did Mr. McClain need to be calmed down?
No.
Why not?
If you observe on the body-worn camera, he's already calmed down. He's restrained. He's not flailing around. He's not moving around or doing activity that would excite or cause further increase of his lactic acidosis.
Mr. Pello asked you or stated to you that, would you agree with the statement, Elijah McClain, his breathing was effective until the ambulance? And I wanted to ask you about that opinion. Do you,
Judge, I have an objection. That was not my question to Dr. Roberts.
All right. That's fine. Jury can determine what that question was. And you may re-ask it if you'd like.
thank you, sir. Well, let's just go to your opinion. Did Elijah McClain have effective breathing when he was taken to the ambulance?
Not demonstrated by the body-worn camera. When you observe his respiratory rate of 40 prior to the administration of ketamine, and then it drops down to 12, And then when he's placed on the stretcher, what's observed is obstructive type of breathing. And so normally if you have secretions or an obstruction, you start using accessory muscles. So you're going to start using the muscles of the neck, your sternocleidomastoid, and you start using your abdomen to try to get past the obstruction. And that's what is observed in addition to the copious amount of secretions coming from his mouth, which I suspect is causing the obstruction.
If I were to show you Mr. Green's body-worn camera, approximately less than a minute, could you show the jury what you're talking about when you're discussing the accessory muscles?
Yes.
I'd like to show People's Exhibit 105, Officer Green's body-worn camera from 2304:33 to 2304:41. Before we do that, I'll give you a pointer. You can point to the jury what you're discussing.
Okay, I think I may have one. Okay, if it works. Let's see.
Thank you.
What about to this? All right, let's see. Sorry there.
That's all right. Are you okay?
Yeah, it got dark for a minute. All right, so what we're going to look at here is this abdomen. So normally when someone's breathing, you're normally using your chest for inspiration and expiration. What you're going to observe is you're going to see his abdomen start to move, and then you're also going to start seeing his neck start to move. In fact, you actually see head movements with him trying to breathe, and then you're also going to start seeing the secretions coming from his mouth.
And for the record, Dr. Robinson, on a still photograph of this exhibit, is pointing out to the jury what they will see. And if we can now please play the video.
Thanks, sir. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get inside in the suction. Okay. Suction. Let's get him in right quick with all the suction.
And did you see something on the video that was consistent with you saying that you would see movement in his stomach?
Yeah, I saw the movement in the stomach. There may be another video which has an angle of his head moving as well. I don't know if it's maybe Nunez's video, but I don't know for certain. But there's another perspective where you can start seeing his head move as well.
Okay, thank you. Judge, we can turn on the lights. You were asked some questions about whether or not you reviewed other reports.
Yes,
Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And I wanted to ask you, why did you review the other reports?
I reviewed the other reports just to have clarification as to the other physician's perspective. Normally, just like when we're providing care for patients, sometimes there's going to be multiple specialists. They sometimes have different perspectives. Sometimes it reaffirms what you suspect, and it's nice to have another set of eyes looking at a diagnosis or a condition. Or they also can lend a different level of expertise or perspective as well.
Did they influence you at all in your own opinion?
Only in the fact that it reaffirmed my opinion.
Did you base your opinion because of their opinions?
No, I did not.
You were asked about the fact that you worked as an intern in psychiatry almost 20 years ago. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And you were asked about how patients present with excited delirium.
Mhm.
Is the presentation in patients in excited delirium that occurred 20 years ago the same as the patients that present today with excited delirium?
Yes, they are.
Do you believe, based on your training and experience, that the 20-year difference between when you were an intern in psychiatry and your opinion here matters?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure.
Or ask me the question again?
Sure. Do you think that the fact that you did a lot of your work with patients in psychiatry 20 years ago, does that make or lessen your opinion in this case about excited delirium and whether it's present?
No, it does not.
Now, you were asked several questions about the green studies. Do you remember that line of
I
questions?
do.
And I want to go specifically to the 2011 update. Would you like a copy of that study?
Yes, I'd like a copy.
Just so you'll know. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
On the first page, 449 and bait stamp 52988, you are directed to a sentence that says, in contrast, the quantity of ketamine administered has no clinically important effect on airway integrity and respirations. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And do you see where I'm reading from?
I do.
Does the sentence continue?
It does.
And does the sentence continue with, within the range of clinically administered doses and using standard administration methods?
Mhm.
How does that section of the rest of the statement affect the first part of the statement?
Well, it definitely states that you have to have the appropriate standard of administration to not see the respiratory depression. So it matters. The context matters a lot.
And when you say the context matters them a lot, are you talking about the fact that this study deals with a hospital setting or non-hospital setting?
Well, this study is dealing with a hospital setting, and it's related to children receiving ketamine.
And how does that affect this statement that we just discussed?
Well, it impacts it in regards to stating that if you stay within the standard administrating dosage, the range of clinically administrated doses, and you also have the standards for administrating the medication, that you're likely not to have the respiratory issues or clinically relevant adverse effects.
So the range of clinically administered doses,
Mhm.
what does that mean?
So in this particular circumstance, when they were looking at the pre-hospital administration of ketamine or in the hospital, they're looking at a dose of 5 milligrams per kilogram, or the range is actually 4 to 5 milligrams per kilogram.
Go back to this chart. I'm just going to pull it up here so I can stay on the microphone. We're talking about sub-anesthetic doses, correct?
Yes.
So we're not talking about the dose that Elijah McClain got.
Mhm.
Is that, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes, that's correct. We're not talking about the 7.69.
And we talk about using standard administration methods.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
So in this particular circumstance, it actually states above what their standard dosing is in all likelihood. It's actually lower. So their intramuscular dose is actually 3 to 4 milligrams per kilogram IM.
So in this green study, they were actually dealing with what was the dose?
3 to 4 milligrams per kilogram intramuscularly.
Was it if I put green here?
Mhm.
So how does this study relate to what we know about Elijah McClain?
Yeah, so it doesn't really relate because Elijah McClain received almost twice as much.
Is the comparison of this study fair, in your opinion, as to how it relates to Elijah McClain?
It's not fair because it typically is generated from a pediatric population, and now we're applying it to an adult patient. And it's also dealing with a lower dosing of the intramuscular ketamine of 3 to 4 versus the 7.6 that he received.
And why is there a difference between a 23-year-old and a child?
So there's difference in regards to physiology. some of which I won't go into, but it has been demonstrated that more of your adverse effects in regards to respiratory apnea or depression actually occurs in patients who are 13 years of age or above. And Green has documented it and stated it in the study.
What happens with the rate of adverse respiratory effects at this level?
So if you go, he is showing a dose-dependent response when you go to 3 milligrams per kilogram. So what he did demonstrate was that for patients who are receiving intramuscular 3 milligrams per kilogram, that they didn't have as much respiratory issues. But when they went above that, they had larger respiratory problems.
So patients who are children
Mhm.
who receive this low a dose perhaps don't have respiratory depression.
Correct. And the average age of the children in the study are 5 years of age, and that's hard to apply to someone who's an adult.
When we talk about respiratory depression in this case, with this person who's 23 years old, did Elijah McClain have respiratory depression?
Yes,
Did he stop breathing?
yes.
We talked a little bit on direct examination and cross about the ceiling effect of ketamine. And I want to clarify, is there a ceiling effect associated with disassociation?
Yes.
And is that the time when a patient presents as sort of being out of it?
Correct, yes.
How about, is there a ceiling effect for side effects such as respiratory depression with ketamine?
No.
Why not? How do you know that?
We know through the studies. If we're referencing Green, he also demonstrates that when individuals are receiving high IV doses of ketamine, through one, if it's high dose, two, if it's rapidly administered, that he's demonstrating that they have respiratory depression. We also have literature and studies coming from non-hospital environments for the administration of ketamine by EMS, in which there's higher rates of intubation, there's higher rates of patients having a decrease in their pulse oximetry. 20% of patients who are receiving ketamine actually had a drop in their oxygen saturation.
And is that only for IV or is it also for intramuscular administration?
So that for the drop in the pulse oximetry and the intubation, it was related to intramuscular as well as IV. But most of the studies were intramuscular because it was EMS and they had a similar, some protocols related to intramuscular administration.
Dr. Robinson, specifically, is it your medical opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the increased dose increased side effects?
Yes,
It is also your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that an increased dose increases the respiratory depression risk.
it does.
Now, you were asked a little bit about Dr. Sina's opinion.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. And do you remember those questions?
I don't remember the questions.
I wanted to ask you, why don't you, as an anesthesiologist, rely on blood concentrations?
So the blood concentration is not something that's reliable because of the way the medication distributes throughout the body. And it wouldn't be something that we could use real time to assess how the anesthesia was having its effect.
So how do we correlate 1.4 therapeutic dose with these ranges of numbers? What is the relationship?
So what we know, and without getting into the details, I'll have to get into some of the details of it, is that when ketamine was first established, we kind of knew if we gave 2.5 IV of ketamine, that we would actually see a range of 1. And so what it indicates to myself is that he wasn't receiving IV, he was receiving IM. And it shouldn't be jumping up to a level of anesthesia. It should be staying well below that. And it's demonstrated through the laboratory that it's above that. In fact, it's actually 3 times higher than what it should be.
Is the therapeutic dose that Dr. Sina refers to, is that the aesthetic dose?
He's referring to the general anesthetic dose, yes.
Now, is an aesthetic dose appropriate for pre-hospital according to the American College of ER Physicians?
No, they want to stay in a range of 4 to 5.
So this range,
Mhm,
and Elijah McClain is this range.
mhm.
And for the record, I'm pointing from 4.5 to 7.69.
That's correct.
Is a therapeutic dose at this range dangerous in a pre-hospital condition?
Yes, it can be.
Why?
Um, because in that particular circumstance, you're getting into a level where there may be a compromise of the airway. You need to have airway skills and be prepared to intubate or ventilate the patient and have your standard ASA, or what we call Anesthesia Society, the American Society of Anesthesia monitors, which would include pulse oximetry. In this particular circumstance, you want to have temperature, you want to have blood pressure, you want to have capnography, and you actually want to be able to monitor pressure when you're intubating if you need to, or ventilate.
In this specific case with Elijah McClain, was any of those tools available or used before the administration of ketamine?
Judge, I'm gonna check. This calls for speculation and it's outside his expertise.
Going,
Response?
I don't think it's speculative, Judge, because I'm asking based on his view of this case, were any of these tools used? And I think it goes towards Mr. Pello's conversation, talking about what's a therapeutic level and what's an anesthetic level. So I'm just clarifying for the jury.
Judge, I believe the question said available or used. I'd object.
All right, rephrase.
So my question to you is, you mentioned just a few minutes ago, all the tools you would use at an anesthetic level, a level of 7.69 that Elijah McClain got. Did you see any of those tools used on Mr. McClain at that time?
No, I did not.
Did you see any of those tools that you just described used when he was on the pram after the dose?
No, I did not observe that, no.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. I have no further questions.
Okay, the witness be excused. Right, you're excused. Thank you. Okay. for you tomorrow, which leads to the next thing I want to let you know. I'm anticipating that, well, the party said there's a witness for the people that's flying in tonight. So he'll be getting started with his testimony tomorrow morning at 8:30. So as far as the jury is concerned, it's time to go home. And I will make sure I get you some water. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research, avoiding the press coverage. And if you could please, and I want to thank you, first of all, because you folks have been showing up right on time, and we're really close to it, so we're moving at a good pace, so I appreciate that. With that, thank you. We'll see you in the morning. All right, jurors have stepped up and be seated.